night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke. Your love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, week, your month, even your year. But I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you like I've been there before. I'll be there for you till there for you too.
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
Slaves used to work all day, every day, with no pay. But they got free food, water, and shelter. Today, we work all day, nearly every day, and we get paid. But the money we make, we spend on food, water, and shelter. We're still slaves. The only thing that has changed is the illusion of freedom.
I just know we found something so wild of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground when you say you left.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
I am struggling extremely with mental health issues, and I am trying to do that whilst being FTFE. And unfortunately, talking to flat earthers is quite painful.
All right, thank you, Craig.
Wait for me, I'll be coming home.
Law. Nowhere in nature or in a controlled environment can we ever produce a volume outside of containment.
What's that?
Has gas been seen or
what's that, brother?
Now let me see you Esta es una historia triste la que le voy a contar. Una historia triste la que le voy a contar. No tiene doble.
Gravy make a splash like Pippin. Shit, that's nothing. Splash.
Chicken, banana. Chicken, banana. Chicken, banana. Banana, banana.
I remember when I lost my mind.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you from downtown dystopia. Yes, if anybody do some Googling out there, did anybody bother to look and see who was William Sascha Riley?
Oh, I didn't have time.
I did very quickly. And yeah, it's kind of ugly. But I want to bring something up real quick. Poor Craig. The guy's having a breakdown, and the other guy's like, "Thank you, Craig."
No, yeah, all right. Well, thank you. Yeah, I was like,
get him a sandwich, pat him on the back, something. Poor bastard. Craig, if you need help,
they eat their own, man. They eat their own. They don't even like Sean Hawkins. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. It is really bad. Look at all the people we got out here tonight, man. We got Fuzzy Boogers out here tonight. Midnight Smoke. We got Sue B Ratio. It's FE Nation is here too. Wow, my God. You got Spyro Graffiti. HR Biggs, Post Anything. The Fallen Sleeves is all. There's Chicago Cubby Bear. Who would have known? Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk? Oh, we got Mojo's out here with us tonight. We got Simon Doherty. Now I'm waiting to see if we have our friend who never gets called out. We're gonna look. Yeah, Fuzzy Booger says, "Damn it, that's my sentiment." Is exactly after looking into this crap. Let's see. We got HR Biggs. We got Cookie Monster Ryan here with us tonight too. What's happening, Ryan? KK Westbury. Sun 108. We've got here with us Brian Roy. Whole bunches of people. This is insane. Saddle Bums here tonight. David W5 times 9S. That sounds like that's gravity, isn't it? Is that gravity or something? It's some kind of space thing. It sounds like it. It might be a Martian name. Who knows?
It's the guy that owns the laundromat, Sun.
Sansan. Oh, Mr. Sansan. I get your whites very clean. Ancient Chinese secret. Yeah. I gotta do that pretty good, don't I? Kind of like Chinese. Oh, he must speak Chinese. Listen to his accent. Wheels McKeegan. That sounds like something out of the 50s. They call me Wheels. I'm Wheels McKeegan. Nobody can beat me.
Hey, crowbar.
I like it. One mind, one spirit. Boy, we got all these people. What a world. Holy crap, we'll be here all night going through this list. We got 92 people watching over here so far. What are we doing over here on Rumble? We got 9. All right. We're really cooking it over on Rumble. Be sure you are subscribed to the Rumble channel, though, because if anything gets taken off of here, you might go back and watch a replay and go, wait a second, what got cut out of there? What happened there? Sometimes I go back afterwards and I have to look in the analytics and it'll say, oh, this can't be shown in some territories or some shit like that. So I just go in and trim out music or whatever the other case may be, but fuck them. But the whole unredacted version is always up on Rumble, except for the other night, only half of it is because I fucked up and didn't include Rumble on my screen. It's a technographic.
Right.
That
damn you, technology. Damn you.
I know. Damn.
You're good now, though, right?
Oh, everything's good. We got it.
Right.
We're up on Rumble. We're
Good to
up
make
on
the same
Sovereign
mistake
Soul
twice.
Entertainment. Yeah, we're not going to do that mistake again. Damn it. But yeah, I got into looking at who this guy is, and what had happened was, well, we'll get into. I'm going to wait for a few more people to get in here. I'm going to show you a couple of lighthearted
it's a
things to kind of
doozy.
get you into it. Because listen, this is big. This is big. If you thought that fucking orange turd was a monster before, this shit, and I'm going to include the link so that you can go to the Substack and listen. It's like 2 hours of an interview with this guy, and you are going to.
Does it have to do with the yacht? Does
With
it have
what?
to do with the yacht at all?
No, similar type things though. Very,
All right.
very
I
similar
just
type
thought I wanted to
things.
be a teaser.
Yeah, similar type actions that illustrates what kind of guy we're dealing with here. What kind of guy? A real psychopath. A real fucking psychopath.
Yeah, but don't you think that they're all kind of psychopaths? Because normal people don't get in those positions. You notice that? Normal people that it seems like the normal people don't ever get into that kind of thing to make sure that stuff like this doesn't happen. It always seems like it's the people that are themselves problems. And that's how they kind of keep this shit going.
It seems like everything that they do, it's like you think of some of the most evil thing, if you were capable of it, that you would never do, and then imagine doing it. This is how these people are. And it seems to me that the things that they do are like every blow is designed to try to kick God right in the nuts.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, up to and including, and especially like with abortions and that, infanticide, the sacrifice of these kids and shit like that, man. This is, I think this is one of the, on a spiritual level, I believe this is like a source of their power. I really do.
Yeah. I mean, people cannot believe in what they believe, but they believe in it.
Right.
Yeah. So it's like, doesn't matter if you don't believe in it, they do.
Yeah. Right.
They're gonna
Whether
act,
or not
they're
there's
gonna act,
anything.
They march to the beat of their own drum.
and they're going to act on that.
Whoa, what's going on here?
And they're gonna do what they believe according to their rituals, whether or not you believe it or not.
Well, I think we ought to start off first. We should probably go with a White House briefing from Caroline Leavitt. Let's see what we got here.
Okay, fatheads, before you ask, yes, I'm pregnant. I'm carrying the future of our country in my womb. So remember, you have to be nice to me, you rats.
Polls say the majority of Americans disapprove of Trump's military action in Venezuela. How does the president plan to improve his popularity in 2026?
Okay, well, firstly, I'm fine. Thank you for not asking. I'm just the first woman to do this job while pregnant and evil. Do you have any idea the kind of toll that takes on my skin? I'm supposed to be 28. Yeah. Secondly, do you think the president freaking cares about the opinions of a bunch of mouth breathers?
You mean the American people?
That's you. And secondly, yes, he could care less about the American people. Duh. Next.
The president said he's expanding immigration crackdown, which could separate families who've lived here for decades. Could you elaborate?
Okay, well, as an expectant mother, how dare you try to appeal to my obvious urge to nurture, you crusty gargoyle? But since you asked, everybody look to your left. And now everybody look to your right. Whoever you saw, sorry, they might not be here next year. Oh, you know who will? A legitimate American citizen.
What does that mean?
Well, that means they will certainly be checking your citizenship the second you leave.
Why?
You tell me. Next.
The president says he plans to run Venezuela. How exactly does he plan to do that?
Oh my God, my baby. She's screaming at my baby.
I'm not screaming.
You are so bad at your job. I'm like scared for my baby. Last question.
As the first pregnant person to do this job, do you worry that cuts to the education, science, and health departments could negatively affect your children's future?
Only if they learn to read. Deport him! Seriously, I'm like so scared.
There's Cookie Monster here with us here, boy.
Wow. It's not even far from reality. That's the fucked up part about it.
Well, here's what they're quietly doing behind the scenes. Here in a minute, we're going to get into this Riley guy here in a minute. But
I'm sorry. Why is nobody talking about this? Because the White House has quietly introduced a new federal rule that allows agents to more easily arrest citizens recording immigration raids, all without congressional approval. And I have a deep dive on this on my Substack if you're interested, but in just a couple of seconds, let me tell you what happened. There's a federal rule, this one, that sets the jurisdiction of Federal Protective Services, or FPS, when civilians commit certain actions. In other words, the rule tells you where Federal Protective Services have the authority to arrest you and why. For the past several decades, this rule said that FPS could arrest you without a warrant when you committed crimes like disorderly conduct or while taking unauthorized photos of restricted federal areas. That rule applied only when you were on federal property. If you were not on federal property, then local laws would apply and the regular police would have to be called. But very quietly, the Trump administration changed this rule so that federal arrest powers can now be exercised a lot more often and in a lot more places. So how exactly does this new rule pose a threat to your freedom? By redefining jurisdiction as any public area where it is necessary to protect federal property or personnel from any action that, in the opinion of the government, threatens or endangers federal property or personnel. Now, what's very important to understand is that this rule uses an administrative standard to define the conduct, making it a lot more easy to claim threat, and then attaches to that conduct a federal arrest. And because of the new wording, that conduct doesn't have to take place on federal property because the new definition could include times when even just a federal vehicle is present. A journalist filming immigration agents, that could be called a threat to federal interest. People demonstrating or recording near a DHS holding facility, for example, claim federal interest and arrest them all. Oh, and the burden of proof to justify these arrests, very, very low, which is even more concerning when you consider that we have evidence that some agents are willing to make facts up just to justify their use of force. Yep, the new rule may just seem like a harmless change in text, but its effects can be devastating because it allows federal agents to call your First Amendment disruptive or dangerous, allowing FPS to arrest you pretty much everywhere. And remember, at the end of the day, a government that fears being filmed is up to something that certainly isn't freedom.
Yeah.
Sounds kind of vague.
Yes, intentionally. Retardedly
and vague. You know,
yes.
Like, hey, let's make it so. Oh no, you're within 3 miles of us. Sorry, you're under arrest.
Yeah, what are the stipulations for that?
Well, you could be a threat. You're 10 miles from them.
I was in fear for my life. I was in fear for my life.
You just walked outside. You're under arrest, shifted.
Well, they said on federal grounds, right?
No, now it's everywhere.
Now apparently wherever there's federal people at is federal ground. That's basically what it's saying. Because they're using that and personnel. They meant personnel on federal ground, not just because there's federal people out there.
Yeah.
Jeez,
People are going to start
offing
these fuckers. People are going to start offing these fuckers. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. And I think they want it to. They're escalating it to a point where it has to.
Yeah.
They know that.
You're right. You're right, Sav. Yeah, it is.
Well, if I'm going to be enslaved, I'm going to go someplace cheap for my enslavement.
Right.
That's my plan when retirement comes up in the not too distant future.
I mean,
Oh, go ahead.
I was
going to say, I was just on where I live. There's a lot of federal grounds. So, like, if I'm just meandering across a state park and I happen to come across a federal grounds, they can arrest me. Yeah.
Yep.
That's it.
Well, like up here, the Shenandoah National Park, that's federal, right?
Right.
And parking, even a speeding ticket up there is federal. It's a federal crime, yeah.
Wow.
So, but what's federal mean? It really doesn't mean anything. It's stupid. Anyway, I was going to get to this. So, if anybody didn't look into who this guy was or is, William Sascha Riley. There's a whole interview that's about 2 hours long altogether on Substack. I listened to the majority of it. I have yet to finish up on the last little bit. I think it's more just chit chat at this point. But apparently this guy, when he was a kid, was trafficked by his adoptive parents. And we're talking about some pretty dark, dingy shit. They eventually got to a point where they had got in where they could, were providing for the elites. And this guy has a story that involves some pretty big names. I'm going to play a couple little excerpts from the interview. I'm going to warn you, it's disturbing. It's disturbing subject, but we can handle it. We can handle it. We're critical thinkers here. I'll put the link to the entire interview on Substack in the chat here in just a moment. And if you want to go and listen to the entire interview, and I suggest you do, because this really will give you a glimpse into, again, what a monster. I mean, not just criminal, I mean a monster these Donald Trump and his buddies are. These are some of the worst. And by his buddies, I'm talking about people like Lindsey Graham, Congressman Joe Biggs from Arizona, talking about what the hell is that guy's name? Jim Jordan.
Ohio.
Yeah. So this has got some dark shit in it. I'm going to put the link to start with. I'm going to put that down here in the chat real quick.
Real quick, I know you already mentioned it, but I'm about to drop Sav's backup channel, and then I'm going to drop his Rumble link too. So go subscribe to those guys. If something happens, you can jump over there.
Well, there's nothing in here said that is probably going to get us in any trouble or anything, but it is. I ran across, first off, I'm going to just, I'll bring this up right away here, what I run across and what got me onto this. And I saw some other shit about it too.
Just good for.
Oh, yeah. Do that anyways. Do that anyways. Absolutely. It says, so if you haven't heard of Sascha Riley, a decorated Iraq war veteran, trafficked in the Epstein-Trump ring, and listen, the way what he's talking about in this interview, Trump was running the show. Epstein was working. These guys were working for Trump. When he was 9 to 13 years old, listen to this horrific audio. The full testimony is said to be on Substack. Be warned that the content is graphic. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and.
Parties. Yeah, but it's a whole bunch of people. It's just that from my childhood perspective, what I saw, or what I thought that I saw, was he was the big boss. Donald Trump was the big boss, and then Epstein was like you said, like the manager or something. And then you had lower level people like my dad that kind of went out and found girls or coordinated, at the ground level of things.
Yeah. So in terms of
even Epstein himself, he just sought out people like my dad that would sell, their adopted child, their actual child, or whatever. So those are the different layers of people.
Yeah. But that Trump was involved in a lot of the planning, micromanaging, filming.
Certainly the payouts.
Yeah.
Because I know that when I was offered to Trump, the excitement that was in the house from Lynn, particularly, was that this is going to be the big payday. You know, we have made it up to the highest level of this thing, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Because they would sell me at a lower level to people that they knew. You know, not this is outside of the parties, but obviously they don't have the type of money that these rich folks have. So that wasn't really a big payday, and they were nervous about taking that kind of money because they were accepting this large amount of risk for really little amount of reward. And they were excited to make it to the level of Donald Trump because I think the payday that they were supposed to get was $25,000.
Mm-hmm.
It may have been another sum, but that's just the sum that I remember. And that may not sound like a lot, especially today, but for our less standard of living, that would have been a fairly sizable chunk of money.
Mm-hmm. And we spoke about in terms of the years when you were about 9 to 10 years old, maybe 8 years old, until about 13. Mm-hmm. And most of the parties, there were only 3 or 4 kids there. Sometimes only you.
Yes.
And it was
they
sort of the different.
Always have,
yeah.
And they would almost always have at least one girl there. So I'm sure that the mentality of that would be, you know, to have a boy or a girl to choose from. And there may have been children at these parties that were in attendance that I just didn't see because I was being abused, you know, in like a bedroom of the farmhouse or some other location. And there could have been more people there. I can't really say exactly that.
Mm-hmm.
You get kind of just from a standpoint of the experience, you very much just kind of lock onto your surroundings.
File ring. Different.
Of this thing, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
Because they would sell me at a lower level to people that they knew. You know, not this is outside of the parties, but obviously they don't have the type of money that these rich folks have.
Let me see if I can get this moved up.
About taking that kind of money because they that sound like a lot, especially today, but
until about 13. Mm-hmm. And most of the parties, there were only 3 or 4 kids there. Sometimes only you.
Yes.
And it was sort of the different.
Always have, and they would almost always have at least one girl there. So I'm sure that the farmhouse or some other location, and there could have been more people there. I can't really say exactly that.
Mm-hmm.
You get kind of just from a standpoint of the experience, you very much just kind of lock onto your surroundings.
So there is
the parties.
Yeah, but it's a whole bunch of people. It's just that from my
so this is the whole.
But I can tell you that some of them are extraordinarily horrible. I can give you one instance where they were filming us. It was me and a girl that I knew that I had been trafficked with in other venues. And while we were filming, they came in and shot her in the head. So killed her, obviously. So that would be...
Was that the runaway?
That was another girl. I can't even remember her name. Yeah. The runaway was tortured to death in a duplex in Enterprise, Alabama.
By his parents. This is so disturbing. Trump killed puppies to torment this guy as a kid. Killed puppies in a variety of different ways. And he said he got like glee out of seeing the torment and pain that it brought. And he would do it in such a way that the animal suffered. That it seems to be this thing with him that he likes to see people suffer. Goes right along with the Lake Michigan baby story. I'm not kidding. This is so dark. I can't even begin to tell you. The incident he's talking about, and he talks about it a couple of times, was that they went to one of these parties, and for some reason, there he said, "Oh, there may be somebody here that you know." His dad told him that, and when he got there, the only person that he knew really was the girl in question he talked about, and they went off to do their thing because they was encouraged to do that for whatever reason. I would imagine it was probably that the room they were in or whatever was probably videotaping or something along those lines. Anyway, they came in, a bunch of guys came in with guns, burst into the room, he said, and they abused the girl, and then they killed her. They shot her. And they pointed the gun at him and told him that's what's going to happen to you if you don't do whatever the next person that comes in this room tells you to do. And of course, who do you think the next person that came into the room was? That's right, DJT, Donald Trump. Yep. So this is this guy is really a fucking monster. He really is. Talk about draining the swamp. That motherfucker's a swamp unto himself.
Yeah.
And I encourage you, go to that page with those recordings and listen to them. It's about 2 hours worth, and it's going to blow your fucking mind. It is completely going to blow your mind. Let me see if I can find. No, I don't want to do that. I'm not really sure how you use Substack. I'm still trying to figure it out. Let me see if I can find some more on that because I had quite a bit. Let me see. God, my brain's not working right. Oh yeah. Let me see.
Do you need a new brain?
Oh, probably.
No. Have to look.
Call Elon Musk. He'll put a socket. He can give you a little chip.
Yeah, we'll get you. I was gonna say Starlink, but that ain't it. Neuralink. Maybe a little both. Maybe they'll use Starlink to use your Neuralink.
Let's see, that's 2 hours, 45 minutes, about 3 hours worth of files on this thing, 3 hours worth of listening. And let me tell you what, they're definitely worth listening to.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out, Sav. Wow.
Let me put another link in there too to these.
I mean, it's no surprise to me that this shit's going on, but yeah,
There we go.
Really not right, man. It's terrible.
I mean, I heard that about him when he was talking about the way he was killing these puppies and shit. Oh my God, my blood started fucking boiling.
Yeah.
My blood started boiling, man. I was like, oh, how dare you? My God. It made me so mad. I was like, man, I wanted to hunt that motherfucker down and kill him myself, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, So anyway, the last and final time that this kid was paired up, so to speak, with Trump bought him. Trump got down on the bed naked, face down, and wanted this kid to do butt stuff to him. And this kid took one of them wooden tent pegs,
Yeah.
put a condom on it, stuck it in Trump's ass and kicked it as hard as he could. Trump howled out in pain, just like bellowing in pain and cursing. The kid said he went over to the corner to hide, and these guys came in. They immediately attended to Trump, right? They were going to kill him, I think, but they did. I don't know how that, I forget what he was saying, how that happened, but they came in, they had to airlift Trump out of there.
Yeah.
And it may be one of the reasons for his incontinence. He's had that for a while. He's had to wear diapers for quite some time now.
Yeah.
And I mean, he was wanting his kid to put stuff up his butt. I mean, so Trump likes Peggy. Trump likes Peggy.
Oh,
And so
dude,
he was getting that. But boy, this guy, I could just picture that, man. And said he ripped him open. The guy said he ripped Trump open.
Yeah.
He said that was the last time.
Yeah, dude. It's bad, dude. It's terrible. What they do to children. I mean, come on, dude. This shit happens every day too. Every day.
He said that the guy says he remembers his dad, took him to one of these parties like that. And there, of course, he said he remembers Clarence Thomas being there because there was never, ever any other black people. These things. Now, whether he was abused by that, he says he doesn't remember because they used to drug him and shit too. Yeah. But he specifically remembers Jim Jordan, Clarence Thomas, and Lindsey Graham. And and Donald Trump, of course. Yeah. And the thing is that he remembers because he's even more flamboyant, gay acting like when he's not on camera. He's actually, when you see him on camera, he's actually butching it up. He is. He's butching it up. And it was, he thought it's unmistakable. And he remembers his dad cracked a joke about it. And one of the guys that was with him said, no, he says, it's between you and me, that's funny and everything, but don't let them hear you say anything like that. He says, most of these people are either gay or bi.
Right. Yeah.
And that's true. I mean, it's like,
it is true.
Washington, D.C. These people are, the majority of those fucking politicians are gay or bi, and they're all damn near pedophiles too. And the thing is too, they pay also just to beat the shit out of a kid. Not to sexually abuse them either, just to beat the fucking living crap out of them.
Yes. What the fuck are we? Hell? What are we doing here, dude? What are we doing here? This shit is going on. What are we doing about it? What the
Everybody's afraid. They're intimidated by this. Oh, they're federal and they have a title and they're this, that, and the other. No, there's a bunch of fucking fat pigs with high blood pressure wearing fucking suits. That's all they are.
That's all they are. Yeah. Well, they got the military, but I mean, yeah.
Well, this guy was in the military.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes it even worse. It's like, God damn, dude. They don't care though. It doesn't fucking matter.
But I mean, just listen to part of this. I'll play part of the interview here, where he's like where it begins.
It's not just the military either. They control the people's livelihoods as far as like, all the bankers that control your bank account, the corporations that control people work, like you'll lose your job, you'll lose your bank account. It's all these things combined that they can just turn your life off in a switch. It takes a brave people to stand up to that. I get it, but it's definitely something people need to start doing more, but it is hard when you're,
It's very hard. You're right, Chad. Very hard, but we need to do it.
This all started to come out to light and everything was because when this guy was in the Army, a sergeant, a staff sergeant in his unit got busted with CP on his computer.
Mm-hmm.
And as they were reviewing, to see what exactly he had, they ran across these videos and they said that the kid in there looked just like this guy. Look just like the guy in the unit, that's given the testimony.
Mm-hmm.
And they even asked him, did you ever make a video with, you know, and he says, yeah, he says, it's possible that it's me. I had to do that kind of shit when I was a kid and blah, blah, blah. And he said, you ever make a video? And to verify that it was him, he just said, the guy asked him out of the blue, he says, you ever make one with a black girl? And he says, yeah, once. And he's like, okay. And there it was. So the video of him as a kid resurfaced as he was an adult in the military by being found on a staff sergeant's computer. The staff sergeant ended up getting Article 15 and bounced out and shit, of course. But that's how it got started.
Right.
And, you know, this whole coming out with it. And yeah, I mean, his folks, I mean, this was like, can you imagine it? So first off, right off the bat, he was adopted. He was adopted.
Right. Well, they usually
really good screening. You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
They usually are, though. That's the best way they can get it is the adoptions. But
Well,
yeah,
this is gonna fuck you.
It's all
up,
kinds of screwed up, brother.
I'm gonna say one more thing is that I'm not judging anybody because I've been caught in the trap before too myself. But don't get into porn. That's another reason not to get. They compromise you. They can blackmail you by looking at stuff that you have no idea. You don't know how old these people are.
Yep.
You don't know who these people are. You know, I'm not telling anybody what to do, how to live their life, but I've been down that road before. I don't do it anymore, but you know, I'm just saying they can get you on things that you never knew it was even possible.
Sure.
Yeah. Stay away from it. Yeah. 100% stay
Well,
away
they
from
can remotely upload shit to your computer
That
and then
too.
come in and bust you and say, "Oh, look at what we found on your computer."
But you might be looking at something that you have no idea how old that girl was.
Right.
And be like, oh, you're looking at CP. You know, it's like, no, I was just looking at regular porn. Well, how do you know the difference?
Right.
Right.
You know?
Which, yeah, stay away from it. Yeah, 100%. Just stay away
That's a
from
good
it.
question.
Not good for you, no matter what.
So anyway, let me let's just go ahead and hear. Whoa, what is this? Fuck. This is another thing.
I'm just going to start recording. And so I just want to clarify in terms of date, July 18th, 2025, my full name, Lisa Noel Volding. And Riley, do you want to state your name and any
My name
other
is
names?
William. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. My name is William Sascha Riley. I was born Manuel Sascha Barros.
Okay.
But my legal name is William Sascha Riley at this time.
Okay. And I'm just so we're clear, I'm based in Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. I lived in the United States full time for a bunch of years, but I was brought up in Canada. My citizenship's Canadian. And
we might be neighbors at some point because Canada is right now number 2 on the list of the countries that I am potentially going to move to.
You know, I think it's a good place to look. There's a lot of Americans, actually. I've spoken to Americans that I've told to come here. And there's lots of Americans that have come to visit more, and it's a lot more embracing, inclusive of a culture. So, you know, it's quite lovely. I recommend. In terms of what my approach, really what I wanted to do is like to just really like a thorough discussion. You tell me everything that you've been wanting to say. And I'll ask some questions. This might be one of like however many discussions, and I'll record them. If it's 1, if it's 10. And what I'd like to do, I'm sort of recording with an eye to your testimony, getting your testimony of what you experienced, what abuse you suffered, and what you were witness to. And an eye in terms of being able to get into a format in terms of affidavits, whether we look at getting help from the International Criminal Court, because obviously what, you know, you and I have discussed already, there's definitely a whole whack of crimes that have been getting committed by a lot of folks. And is even a case where there could be crimes against humanity charges in regards to Trump. So, and what else I'd like to do is I'd like to look at whether you would be okay with, you know, me like transcribing and then publishing something. I publish newsletters selectively. I have a newsletter called Outlaws of Chivalry. I publish once in a while. And I was looking at perhaps publishing there, if you're okay, in terms of how it could help us in terms of getting the right legal support in terms of the International War Court.
I am for whatever puts a light on this, because in my mind, the powers that be are already aware of my position on it and aware that I have spoken up. And, you know, the more light that is shed on there, I don't think that I'm incurring more risk, except for some maybe lunatic that wants to be a soldier for Donald Trump, because they are a little crazy. They're a little brainwashed, but I don't mind whatever would bring a little bit more light to this, particularly this stuff. Discussed that would have been around 2008, 2009 timeframe. It was obviously in garrison, so it was between deployments.
Yeah.
So around that time is when they talked to me, and I can just remember. I can remember telling them that I knew it was out there. There was nothing I could do about it, and thinking that there was really no way to go about, you know, anything at that point. You know, I didn't know what I could do about it, if anything.
Yeah. So it was from when our emails, it was one of the fellow soldiers that was caught with a bunch of child pornography. And then your commanding officer pulled you into the office to go through and said they'd seen you in the films.
I did not look at any of the films. All they said was, hey, we had to look at some of this stuff, and one of those people looks just like you. And that's the first time that I had, I think, ever really spoken about it. And I said, yes, you know, those are probably me. But I did not personally see them. But they described something that I knew that I had been a part of.
Yeah. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Here's what it
more?
was.
Yeah.
They pulled me in, I can remember First Sergeant Bayless was kind of red-faced, and he said, have you ever made a movie with a black girl? And you know, that obviously was, I mean, I'm not a movie star, so obviously that's a very odd question, and I knew exactly what he was talking about when he said that.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, yes. So he said, okay, well, we have found some images that are of a sexually explicit nature on another soldier's computer, I think. And they look like you. And I said, well, they are me. So he said, and you look underage. I think from that was part of their investigation to confirm that the images of the participants in these films were underage.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, that was just a secondary verification that, I was only 12 or 13 at the time of that film, maybe even 11. So, I mean, obviously I'm not an adult. And even when I was an adult at 18 or 19, I still looked young. So obviously at 11, 12, whatever I was in that film, I would not have looked like a mature, an adult, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it was more, I think, for confirmation that these images were of children. So I don't remember if he actually got court-martialed or if he just got UCMJ, which is just their lower grade of punishment. But I do know that he was chaptered out of the military over it. And I think he might have had to do a little jail time, but I don't recall. I can't even recall the soldier's name that got caught with it. I just knew he was an NCO, a staff sergeant.
And was there did anyone else ever talk to you about the films again? Did they ever talk? Did they ever infer that there was any further investigation in terms to when the films were produced? Did they ask you anything about who is involved, or did they?
No.
No.
They didn't go into any legality other than the prosecution of the soldier with the images. So in the military is a little bit different than.
So that's as far as they bother going into it. Oh, you got stuff. Not who are these people who produce these films? Where'd they come from? Nothing like that. They don't go beyond it. See, and this is the thing, man. That shit's out there, and there's people now. I guess they're adults. You know, if they live through all this, they're adults, and this shit's still floating around out there. You know, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's the scary part about the internet.
Oh my god.
You know.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
People got to live with that for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
It's insane.
It's the same as these satanic ritual abuse victims come out and talk about the same stuff, man. So it's they're all in the same club. They're all doing the same stuff, man.
Yep. Yep.
Than civilian, you know, I don't want to call it the court system because it's just the officers and NCOs in the military, but I would think that he would probably remember something like that. Just you know, for sure on the jail time. But I do.
Is there anything else you think would be helpful to talk about right now about then the time frame? That was the first time anyone had ever mentioned to you anything about the films other than when you were involved in filming. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the first time that I can recall anybody that it ever coming up, I always knew that they were, you know, that the films, at least one or two of them were out there. I don't even know how many times I was filmed, but I can tell you that some of them are extraordinarily horrible. I can give you one instance where they were filming us. It was me and a girl that I knew that I had been trafficked with in other venues. And while we were filming, they came in and shot her in the head. So killed her, obviously. So that would be...
Was that the runaway?
That was another girl, and I can't even remember her name. Yeah, the runaway was tortured to death in a duplex in Enterprise, Alabama. My parents did that, and that wasn't on film. Not her being tortured, but that was that black girl that I'm telling you about that later on Michael Bayless had talked to me about. But they went and got her because they were afraid that this was after the investigation in Tennessee, and they were afraid that they would go down for child pornography. So they were wanting to kill her, and then they were wanting to get rid of me via an accident, but they couldn't because they had already tried to kill me several times. They had the incident in Texas involving the Chevy van. There was another instance in Texas where my dad threw me into the middle of a pool and said, "Sink or swim." And somebody saw it and called the sheriff. So there was a police report on that. And then there was a third instance in Texas where my dad threw me down a flight of stairs. And that one fractured my skull. Now, there may have been other things that happened as well, but I remember those three were enough that they generated an investigation.
Yeah.
There were enough things that happened in Texas that my dad moved from Texas to Tennessee and then got in trouble in Tennessee and then got in trouble in Tennessee and then moved to Alabama, got in trouble in Alabama, and then we just moved one more time.
And you're talking about
Alabama.
Your adoptive dad, William Kyle Riley, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have located my birth parents. My birth mother lives in Sierra Vista and my birth father lives in Edmond, Oklahoma, but I have not reached out to either of them.
Mm-hmm.
I just, within the last year, probably 6 months, I learned where they live.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. That's just an odd dynamic for me, and I'm still kind of processing that. But as far as family goes, I have a half sister up in Massachusetts, and that's about it.
Okay. And your adopted dad, William Kyle Riley, worked as a pilot and was involved
Yes.
integrally in
He
the
was
Epstein
involved
Trump
in
ring.
all kinds of things.
Now, this is how the dad got hooked up, okay, into hire outside of just making kiddie porn movies and shit like that and tried to sell them. His dad could fly damn near any kind of a aircraft, helicopters, small craft, big craft, all that shit, right? And so he was willing to fly planes in and out of some of these places, like Epstein Island, taking clients there. So not everybody that went to Epstein Island was necessarily on Epstein's aircraft. There were other aircraft that were contracted to bring people in and victims in.
Right. They would have to. They couldn't just do it with one airline.
No. Well, even with one own private jet, or whatever.
Yeah, it's not enough. Yeah.
Right.
For what they want. It's not funny.
Yeah. And he worked a lot with Trump and Epstein, correct?
I know that he was around Epstein and worked with Epstein. And I want to say that he flew for Epstein. And if not for Epstein directly, like transporting Epstein himself, he did transport some of the rich people to and from these parties that Epstein and company hosted. It wasn't just him. It was kind of a cabal of several people. And Epstein was the lead coordinator, maybe you would call it. But it's much more than just him as an individual. It was people like him, like Trump, other people. And I can't remember, like how many, but he was handy to have around because he was a part of the process, and he isn't just like an airline pilot or something like that. He can fly anything. He can fly helicopters, fixed wing, smaller aircraft, larger aircraft. I mean, he's that pilot, that kind of that multi-purpose guy that could transport whatever you needed.
Okay. So
and I don't know if he ever got into the drugs. I can remember him talking at one point, and he had refused to do a drug run, basically, and somebody else took that drug run, and they got busted.
Yeah.
So I don't know what kind of aircraft it was or whatever, and it was around Florida that guy got busted. Maybe he flew down to the Virgin Islands or something like that. I can't remember these specific details, but I can remember the conversation that my dad had talking about, thank God I didn't take that. And because the guy got busted and he wound up, huge amount of charges, 25 to life or whatever the heck he got. But I can remember from his perspective being nervous because the people that he was working with, he was scared that they were going to set him up to take the fall for something, to just get rid of him, because he had been involved in so much other criminality that he was really nervous about taking on anything else. I know that's kind of word salad the way that I said it, but I think you kind of understand what I'm saying.
I do. No, I understand. I understand perfectly. So your dad would obviously, my understanding is your dad was the kind of pilot that those sort of criminals would want to use, because they could use him to fly anything in any situation, to airlift Trump out, like you said, when you almost killed Trump, when Trump was assaulting you, or
I don't think
fly
my dad was
guest
the pilot in that one. But,
he wasn't the pilot in that case?
Kind of pilot, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But.
No, that's okay. So, yeah, I've got, I've spoken to folks that, they look for those sorts of pilots. They want pilots that can get guests of traffickers into situations in and out discreetly, trafficking victims in and out of situations discreetly, and victims that they've killed out of situations discreetly, all sorts of nonsense. So seems like
and that's what he did. He shuttled the people, but I can remember him not wanting to cross the bridge over to running drugs.
Yeah.
You know, because in his mind, if he got caught with some people, he could just play dumb. And I was just transporting this guy's kid to, you know, from the, you know, here to there. I didn't know anything. So
did your dad?
I go ahead.
Did your dad transport the victims most often?
Oh, absolutely.
So more victims than guests. I don't want to call them guests.
I would say more guests than victims, but he definitely transported both.
Okay. And that was either directly for Epstein, like wasn't transporting Epstein so much as Epstein's victims and Epstein's guests.
And the clients.
Okay,
yes.
The clients.
But he was definitely around Epstein. I can remember the one time that I can remember meeting both of them, and I can't even remember Jeffrey hardly at all, but I can remember the conversation in the car where they kept asking how to say Ghislaine's name because it was unusual, and during that meeting, my mom wanted to get the name right, you know, for whatever. That was important to her, you know.
Yeah. And what's your mom's name again?
Her name was Mary Lynn Riley. This would be
Mary
kind
Lynn
of my
Riley.
third.
See, wanting to get the name right because it's almost like, you know, a business meeting or even a job interview, right? You don't want to fuck up their name. How do you say their name again? Ghislaine, is that, you know, practice saying it and shit so you don't fuck it up. This is crazy. So this was the step up, see? This is the step up to the elite. And think about this now. This is just the micro. Now think about the macro.
No.
Yeah, the macro is a whole nother level. Yeah.
You know, when they killed that girl, and dude looked at him and said, "You're good. Girls are a dime a dozen. Boys are harder to find." I mean, like, they're disposable. They had an expiration date too. Once these girls, they'd be promised, you know, that they're going to end up matched up with some millionaire or some rich guy, but that never comes. See, and then they get this expiration date. Basically, they're too old now, and they become a liability. So they fucking kill them.
Kind of like Leonardo DiCaprio. Like a girl's reached a certain age, you know, 21.
Yeah.
It's too old for him. I always found that
yeah.
extremely disturbing, but maybe it's just me.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, that's same shit. Yeah. What is it?
He's involved in some shit too, man.
Oh,
For sure.
they all are. They get compromised.
They all are.
And, yeah, it's a big cycle.
It's like their currency.
That's what I was saying with that. They're in those positions because they're.
You're muffled, D-Man.
We can't hear you, D-Man.
But they become abused themselves, and then, like I said, it's a cycle. They get moved up, and then they start to become the abusers. It's a gross, disgusting, sad world. But yeah.
But most often they're disposed of.
And that's kind of how a lot of it. Yeah. A lot of it with the whole sell your soul. I mean, that's kind of part of it.
Yeah. Well, okay. So let's look at this with the sacrifice. Okay. That it's supposed to bring wealth, power, and fame, right? That this is the theme. This is what we are to understand, right? Well, let's take a look at Donald Trump. Let's take a look at his riches, his fortune, his rise to the president of the United States, right? Think about that. Come on, he's an obnoxious boob. How'd that happen? That's like Bob Dylan. How the fuck did he get famous? How did Bob Dylan get famous? He sucks.
He does. He does not
everything
have
he sings. Everything he sings sounds like he's whining it. It don't matter what the fuck the song is. He could be doing his happy birthday to you. You know, it's like, God, shut up. I can't stand him.
Yeah, it's
That's
the
like
same
that.
as fucking
ahead,
Jack
Stacey.
Black, dude. That guy's a fucking idiot. He's not even
Like early
People
Dylan.
do that. They do that, and a lot of times it involves human sacrifice. However it's done. And let's take a look at the tragic losses that befall Mariah Carey, and then she puts out a fucking platinum album. What? Let's look at Eric Clapton. He was an accomplished guitarist and
His
played
son.
with many great bands in the 70s and the 60s. Yardbirds, Cream,
Yep.
right? Played excellent. Then his fame faded away until his kid
son.
falls out the fucking window
Yep.
and dies. And then he goes platinum with Tears in Heaven.
Tears in Heaven. Yep.
Have you?
Damn. That's a good point, Sav. Goddamn.
I won't get way off into the weeds or anything, but I saw one last night. A good example is that Gal Gadot. You know who that is? The actress. She was in like Wonder Woman. And yeah. She's a horrible actress. She's an industry plant, man. If you've watched her acting, it's like, oh my, it's terrible.
It's mainly just because of who she is and what her
She's good looking. She's Israeli. No kidding. But anyway,
there you go.
Honk, 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 honk. What do we
Mother
got?
face.
Wait a second. He's lurking around somewhere. There he is. No. They're invaded. They're invading. They're invading us.
but yeah,
Anyway.
it's funny. She gets all the roles, but it's like, oh, because of her good acting, right? Sure.
Right? Yeah, it's probably because she's. Anyway.
We know what the rest of that sentence was going to be, Sav. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Should give him a little Lewinsky. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, a little Lewinsky action, you know.
Yeah, give him a little under the desk action there.
Adopted me with a lady named Irene Ursula Litsky was her maiden name. Her name is Peter now. But those two adopted me. He got divorced from Irene in 79 or 80 and almost immediately married Lynn. So Irene may have been involved in some of that, but that would be from a time frame that I don't have clear recollection of. I do have clear recollection of Mary Lynn Riley's involvement, but she died via suicide a number of years ago.
Okay. Now, what are you most comfortable to talk about next? I mean, well, let me ask some more questions in terms of the. Now, you told me about Trump and about Biggs and about Jordan. I feel like that's important to discuss in details. And let me ask you a question. Do you think it's more helpful for you to talk about what you remember first, when you were first trafficked, the circumstances, individuals involved, or do you want to talk about some of the incidents that we spoke about a bit by email already? What do you think is most helpful for you?
Fill in whatever gaps in that I can. I have spoken to you about most of what I remember clearly, but I can give you some of the details with those three, and that's why I am willing to talk about them. There's no. I remember more things, but I can't give you much in the way of detail for anybody other than those three. I can remember Jim Jordan. I went to a party. This was at a farm. There were, 25 to 50 people there. I mean, it was a good amount of people, but not a massive crowd by any stretch. But the experience that my dad sold to those people was, if you could pin me, then you could do whatever you wanted. But my dad had taught me how to fight. He had been a bare knuckle brawler earlier in his life. And I know that he had worked kind of just beating people up for, a little extra money at one point in his life. He also entered into the tough man contest, stuff like that. So it was kind of a game for them because I was just a child. So you would think that you could just, do whatever you wanted. But if they got anywhere near me, I would hit them. And by the time that Jim Jordan assaulted me, I was old enough that those adults, most of them not being athletic in any way, these are people that, they're not fighters by any stretch.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't get anywhere near me. And Jim Jordan just sort of rushed me and tackled me. And I might have known how to fight, but I didn't know how to wrestle. So he assaulted me in front of a crowd, and I think that it was filmed, but I can't swear that it was filmed, but it was in front of those 25 or 50 people.
Jim Jordan.
And how old were you?
That's why I remembered. I was around 12.
12.
When that happened.
And of those 25, 50 people, sorry, go ahead.
The reason that I remember Jim Jordan is first he stood out because he wasn't that much. He's only like 7 or 8 years older than me. So at the time frame that I'm at 12, he is right around just graduating high school, maybe first year or two of college, right? So him being so much younger stood out. And then I remembered his jawline. He has a very pronounced jawline. I remembered his voice. And his mannerisms haven't changed throughout his life either. So when I really started, as soon as Trump went down that escalator and said he was running for president, I got involved in politics. You know, I started watching it. I started watching who supported him and everything like that. And I remember Jim Jordan just from watching him on the floor of Congress, you know, speaking to the different people that, you know, go up there and testify. So, and that's him, you know, I just remembered him. So
yeah,
I know that's not a lot, but you give me a polygraph, I'm going to take it because I'm 100% sure that it was him.
Mm-hmm.
And Andy Biggs, I remember because on the way to this, they took me to a house. This wasn't at a party. This was later after I had assaulted Trump. And it was kind of a punishment type of thing where he was going to get to assault me and I guess not pay my parents, and he got to do whatever he wanted. And I can remember telling me I wasn't allowed to fight back or they'd kill me, and, you know, all of this, but they must have said his name 50 times in the car. So Biggs I kept hearing Biggs, Andy Biggs, and I thought, I'm going to remember this name. And after he assaulted me, I don't even remember the assault necessarily, but I remember being in the car afterwards and being like really nauseous, sick to my stomach. I was seeing spots, and I mean, the guy beat me until I had broken ribs and was convulsing, turning blue and stuff like that. And the only part of that assault that I can remember is laying on the floor of the room trying to breathe, and I could hear Andy and my dad screaming back and forth at each other. And I can remember Andy Biggs saying, "You said I could do whatever I wanted," and my dad saying, "I didn't say you could fucking kill him." And, you know, I think they may have actually thrown blows over it, but there was a heated argument and everything going on for an extended period of time. And then I can remember being in the car, leaving, and just having my eyes closed because my head was spinning and everything, and I was just trying to breathe, just in and out, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I remember him so clearly. I have had more than one encounter with Trump, and that's why I tried to kill that son of a bitch, because he is a fucking monster. It's why I have not shut up about just how absolutely abhorrent he is as a human being, and that's why I tried to kill him.
Yeah.
Because I had decided, I had already seen enough other people die that in my mind I thought, well, they're just going to kill me too at some point, right? You know, I'm not going to survive to be an adult from this. So in my mind, he was the biggest pile of shit that I had ever had to have any contact with. So I was going to take him with me. And
how often did Trump assault you? Do you remember?
I can remember two specifically. A third one that I think, and I think I was around him more than just those 3 times, but only 3 times do I kind of remember. I can remember at one point him asking the people that were kind of running that party or whatever it was at that farm, he wanted to kill somebody. He wanted to murder somebody. And they said, "Hey, that's not this kind of party. You can't do that." And They in lieu of doing that, they said, well, we've got some puppies. If you just want to kill something, we've got to get rid of them anyway. So I can remember him taking those puppies one by one, and like he snapped one of the puppies' necks. He cut one open and let it just howl and writhe in pain while it died. Held one under some water to kill it. He wanted to kill those puppies in whatever gruesome way, to experience, I guess, seeing them suffer in different ways. What his kink is, I guess, if you want to call it that, is watching people suffer.
What the actual fuck, man?
It ain't surprise.
There's no fuck. There's just fuck him. Yeah.
Torturing fucking puppies, animals, and shit, man. That's a fucking psycho. That's a psychopath, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Right there, man.
I can't handle that shit. No.
A lot of those psychopathic killers, you look back into a lot of their past, and that's kind of where it started, where they were killing animals or beating on animals first, and then it graduated into what it became.
Yeah. Sickening. Just the fact you would do that to an animal.
I know. How could anybody have that in their heart to do that? My God. My God.
I can't think about it.
To a child, even, and to a child. I mean, doing that he describes later about this, that every time he'd do it, he'd look at the kid to see his reaction. He'd look at this kid to see his reaction.
Yeah. That's how they get off on it.
Knowing that you shattered that fucking child's life with that action there, causing them to witness that, and then taking glee in the fact that you just did that to them.
Yeah. That's how they get. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, I'm surprised Lindsey Graham doesn't get brought up more in all this stuff.
That dude's a fucking faggot, man.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. He has that look that he would.
And I don't mean that like gay people. I don't care. You want to be gay, that's one thing. But this dude, he's an evil gay. He's like an evil gay little bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude.
I used to say fag a lot, and so or whatever. My grandpa would be like, "What's a fag? They're queers."
Yeah. But yeah, there's between soft saying between being gay and then you're fucking evil as shit.
Right.
Along with it, like there's that. Yeah.
I mean, you look at the glee that comes over Lindsey Graham's face at the prospect of war and killing people. He loves it. This fucker's got these guys all have this bloodlust that they have to fulfill. I mean, wow. I bet they insist on 4K body cam footage from the front line so they can see all the shit. See?
Yeah.
I mean, but they don't want to have to be in it. See, that's the whole thing. They're just for their entertainment. This guy was saying it later on in his interviews. He's talking about how these things would be set up, be like a party, like for 50 people or whatever. Have one of those little awnings set up outside, with some drinks and refreshments and shit like that. And then they'd have like these tough man contests, like these bare knuckle brawls, and these rich people would bet on it. It'd be like some good old boy and somebody else gonna bare knuckle fight and shit, and they'd bet on this shit. And what's Trump doing for his birthday or whatever? They said he's gonna have a fucking UFC fight on the lawn of the White House. Maybe that's because he's used to that fucking shit. See what I'm saying? It's like, so they do that, and then they have these kids. He says that, and then as the party gets smaller, then there's the real dregs that stay, that are there for the other party, much like how the Diddy parties would be. After a certain time and everybody else left, these fucking same culprits would stay there and participate in this crazy fucking bullshit.
That's along the same lines with the Skull and Bones, right? I showed you that clip one time where, they'd have the guys that they're initiating into the club, they would wrestle like in mud or whatever, and the guys all stood in the balconies, watched them and pissed on them and stuff like that, humiliate them to the point, where they broke them. And then eventually, from there, they became those people to take over for the people that were doing it to them. It's a nasty cycle.
It is, man. It is. This fucking Trump, man, listen, this shit, and it doesn't surprise me. It tracks with the Lake Michigan thing. This tracks with the Lake Michigan thing.
He likes to destroy people physically, mentally during the process of the assault. That's why he stands out so much in my memory. And it's physical pain, and then it's also, degrading and all of that. But his thing was to just try to destroy human beings to the utmost that he could possibly do it, which is why I attacked him.
Yeah, that's understandable. So,
I can tell you this: the last one up, and okay, so this was after they had killed the Samantha, was the black girl that I made the one of the movies with.
yeah. And these were. Let me just ask a question, just to clarify. So when Samantha was killed, these were all of these parties at the farm or similar locations to the farm, where there was
it was multiple farms.
Multiple farms, and usually it was parties. So there was individuals like Trump that were flown into the parties, and then
and they would have like a building, a house, and they would usually have like a tent set up, and it was almost like a little, I don't want to say a fair. It wasn't that big. They didn't have rides or anything, but it was a kind of a coordinated deal. Sometimes they would have the bare knuckle fighting. That probably is how my dad got involved with these people, because you've got boxing and stuff like that on TV, but that's really all you had back in the 70s and 80s. The more the MMA type of stuff wasn't allowed, and these fights were a little more gruesome. They didn't fight to the death or anything like that, but they were bloody, and these were fights, and not just boxing. And so the rich people would pay to see that. Sometimes they'd have like a band playing, just like what you would expect at like a fair or something,
So the rich folks would get flown in, associated with Epstein, and they would pay to watch the victims fight. The victims were all underage. And would they pay to then assault the victims after the fights or during the fights? And they'd pay to torture the victims and rape the victims and kill the victims.
But now some of the fights were adults, so, if they had some big old country boy and some other guy, they would pay to see that. They would also pay to watch the kids fight, and they did pay to watch me fight. I would fight other kids, and my dad was my initial trainer for me to learn how to fight. I would later go on to be a boxer, an amateur boxer, but that's how I got my start in all of that. So yes, they would have paid for that, and the experiences were different each time. There wasn't like a set thing. You never really knew what was going to happen. So part of it, a lot of it just comes down to money. So if they offered $5,000 to have sex with me, then my dad was willing to do that. Whatever the dollar amounts were, I don't know.
Sascha, that isn't sex. That's sexual assault.
Right.
I mean, I just want to say something first. I think you're extremely brave. You behave extremely strong, like a warrior. And I just want to stop and say it's important to me to say that, because a lot of folks, wouldn't even survive such trauma, but you've survived, and you conduct yourself with dignity and gracefully, and it's important to me to say that. I hope you know that. I hope you have a sense of your own honor and chivalrousness. especially what you told me in terms of drugs they used on you and how they lured you drugged to behave monstrous towards other kids. You know, I understand the
I
context.
can remember. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I can remember some arm of law enforcement showing me video of me harming one of the people that they were filming me with. Now, I don't know how that came about, whether they drugged me and I lost my mind or they told me to do it. I don't know the circumstances, but I can remember being in that room and them saying, well, you did this. And it may have not even been law enforcement. It may have been, like the people that were running that. But I can remember being really upset because I had no recollection of having done that. It was me in the video, and I was beating a girl senseless. And I didn't kill her or anything like that, but I
Yeah.
So, and I have a feeling, this part I can't prove because I only have my own experiences, but what the whole thing seems to be is that they first abuse you, then they get you on film abusing others, and now they have you trapped as well.
Yeah.
So you can't talk about the abuse that they did to you. If they want you to be a legacy victim, somebody that they can use in the future, well, then they've got to get you on tape doing monstrous things to other people as well, because now they have the leverage to keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, no, and you know what? You're exactly right. That's exactly the tactic, and the tactic is insidious because, have you ever heard of the torture technique a lot of occult practitioners use? It's called inversion torture, inversion magic. Isn't magic? Sorcery is just smoke and mirrors, nonsense, deception techniques. But it's sort of inversion technique where to try to linguistically manipulate the victims to try to get the victims in a position where the victims doubt whether the victims, are good or not.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the case with a lot of the Republicans you mentioned. Like you said, Clarence Thomas and Lindsey Graham were at these parties. You can't remember if Lindsey Graham and Clarence Thomas participated. And it's sort of a question of, did they participate? Were they blackmailed because they were there, attended the parties, but they didn't participate? Can you tell me much more about Clarence Thomas and Lindsey Graham?
I know the least about him. The only reason that I can remember him is because he was a black man. And I'm sorry, but that club is pretty much just white folks. So having a black person there was very unusual. So he stood out. But the only thing that I can really say is that I remembered him being there. And then I remember what a big deal it was in our household when he got confirmed onto the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Because my dad was excited about that because of how high up he was. Now, I can't swear. I may have been assaulted by Clarence Thomas, but I cannot swear to that. If he did assault me, then it was not to the level of something that scared me to the point where I needed to remember it, if that's a good way to put that, which Trump rose to that, and Andy Biggs rose to that, and Jim Jordan rose to that because he was dangerous to me because I could keep most people away from me with my fists, but he was a good wrestler. So he scared me in that sense that this is a person that I can't keep away from me with my fists. Lindsey Graham, I am fairly sure he has assaulted me, but I just can't put my hand on a Bible and swear to that.
Yeah.
I know that he was there. I can remember it. He just like Jim Jordan, he has very distinct mannerisms, and his voice is a little unusual as well. So I could remember his voice, I could remember his mannerisms, and then obviously how he looks. So I can put him there, but I just can't. I can't say he did this or he did that exactly. I just can't.
Okay. So
I wish that I could provide more information on that because I think some things went on, but that's just not enough for me to point a finger and make an accusation. But he was there. I can tell you that.
Yeah, well, that's enough. And I know that, you know, some sorts of interviews we can look at a different time to see if there is any more information you remember. But what you do remember, I just want you to know what you remember to know, that what you remember is extremely important and is extremely helpful. I know you want to be able to remember more, and memories are in there. And, you know, I just want to approach the situation delicately because, you know,
some of the other memories are just vague. You know, I can and I have been very careful too not to reach out further, because there are some other names that I could mention that I believe were there, that I know for a fact that my parents talked about, but I don't have a clear enough recollection of anything. Like, I can tell you 100% sure that they talked about Vladimir Putin, but I do not believe he was ever at one of those parties that I was at. But his name was brought up more than once.
During the 1980s?
Yes.
Okay.
Vladimir Putin, I don't know even when he ascended to the presidency, but I remember the name because it was so unusual. Now, at that point, he may have just been, you know, one of the Russian oligarchs or whatever, but his name came up, and I remember just because it's an unusual name, Vladimir Putin, you know, but I don't believe he was ever there. So that is like, I don't know, there are other names like that too.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about
I
Putin
remember
more.
Clinton's name being brought up, but I don't ever remember seeing it.
So Clinton was mentioned, but you never saw Clinton.
Not that I can recall. And that's another thing too. I may have had interactions with additional people, but during some of them, I was so drugged out of my mind, I don't really remember what happened, you know?
Yeah. When you heard them talk about Putin, so it was at one of the parties at one of the farms, do you remember what they were saying about Putin?
Just that he was some sort of like foreigner that was very important. I didn't know any more. You know, the name was just unusual, and they mentioned his name. You know, they kind of had fun saying his name. You know, Vladimir. You know, does he like to go by Vlad or this or that? But the meeting with that person, I don't think ever materialized. I think it was just something that was discussed and never happened. Now, if he has other connections, you know, and he very well may, that's possible. But I can just remember at those parties, there were people that had strange accents.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it. That's all I could say. I couldn't point and say, well, this person was from Spain or this person was from Portugal. I have no idea. But what I do know for a fact is not every person at those parties was American.
Yeah.
I know that's not a lot, but I only remember what I
have a question with Trump. I mean, with Putin, did you get the sense that the party attendees, that the clients were interested in Putin? There was something they wanted from Putin. They thought they could get money from Putin, influence from Putin. Did you have any sense of that?
The only sense that I had was that this was for the rich people, regardless of where they were from. So at this point in my child brain, I knew that there were rich people, and those people got to do whatever they wanted, and then there were poor people like me, and those people, you know, that was the dynamic. So, you know, that's it. I never heard them say anything about blackmailing and stuff like that, but I can remember them showing me a video of me doing bad stuff, and then I can remember people telling me that if I ever talked about it, what I had done was illegal too, by And a lot of that was just bullshit because I was just a kid and they were making me do this stuff.
Yeah.
But
talk about malevolent hypocrisy, dude.
So they make him do shit and videotape him doing it and then say, see, you're going to go to jail too if you say anything because you're doing illegal shit.
Yeah. It's a cycle.
What the fuck, man?
I wonder if if that's why John McCain introduced that bill a long time ago to ban the UFC, MMA fighting or whatever. If he knew the sinister reason behind all that, if that was, he kind of had the insight on all this, and he's like,
oh
I don't
yeah,
know. You know what I'm saying?
I'd be willing to bet dollars to donuts that the amount of trafficking goes up around those events like UFC.
Oh, I don't know.
We know it does around big sporting events.
A lot of them are in Vegas for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Crazy, man. I'll tell you what. You imagine that. And he's just a kid too. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna are you gonna take the chance that you're gonna go to jail too? After all,
we're just off you.
Yeah, and I mean, already your mind's probably a bit fucked up anyway because of all this shit going on, of course. But this, I guess, it becomes your norm. It becomes your normal. That's so fucked up, man.
Were just utterly grotesque. They were trafficking you, they were assaulting you, they were drugging you, and then they were trying to
they were trying to make me feel guilty about any of it happening.
You. Exactly. When you were in a situation because they were trafficking you.
The last encounter with Trump, the one where I injured him, was the one that I remember the most vividly. And this was the setup for that. I can remember my dad, before we went to the farm, this was when we lived in Enterprise, Alabama.
Yeah.
So it would have been about 81 to 82, somewhere in there, maybe as late as 83. But he said there may be somebody that you know there. And I can remember the look on his face, and it scared the shit out of me. But anyway, when I got to the farm, of course, I'm scared at the farm because I don't know what's going to happen. But the first person that comes up to me is a girl named Patricia. This is a girl that I had been trafficked with before. And she came running up to me and, said hello or whatever. She was about my same age, around 12 or 13. And I can remember my dad saying, well, why don't you guys go run off or whatever and have fun. And I can remember not knowing what to do in that instance because, these parties weren't for me. I wasn't. And then he said something to the effect of, no, it's not like that for you anymore. You're a man now. You can just go out and have fun. Well, we went to go have sex. So we went and found a room and started having sex. And while we were having sex, people burst into the room. It would have been 4, 5, 6 guys, big guys, adults. At least one of them had a gun. I think 2 or 3 of them had guns. But they came in, they assaulted her, they beat on her, and then they shot her while she was still in the bed. They didn't beat or assault me, but what they said was, if you don't do everything that the next person coming in here wants, we're going to shoot you just like we did her. And I can remember them having like an argument because they shot her in the bed and then they had to go find another mattress. Well, that's when Trump came in. So that's why I remember him so vividly. And it was at that point I had already decided they're probably just going to kill me anyway. I'm going to take him with me.
What the fuck, man?
Why is he still alive? That's the big question.
Who, Trump or this guy?
This guy.
Well, this is quite a lengthy interview, and it's starting to make rounds. So I don't know. Maybe he won't be alive. I don't know. How do you corroborate This, we have to corroborate this story. We have to also entertain the fact the possibility that none of this is true. But I feel like it is because it tracks with other shit that I've heard from other so-called victims. It has the same thing. He's quite sadistic. He enjoys the suffering. He likes to make people suffer, even within his inner circle on a political level, in a company level or corporate level. This guy, from what I understand, he likes to sow division amongst individuals and shit within his own organization because he enjoys watching them fight and try to kill each other. Not literally, but politically or career-wise and shit like that.
Rosie O'Donnell.
I can't imagine that he's ever had any.
That should be part of his punishment, is that he has to have Rosie O'Donnell sit on his face for about 4 hours a day. That would be so gross. Do you imagine that? He might like it, a sick motherfucker.
I can't imagine Trump's had any real friends in his lifetime.
No, these people that cling on to him are there riding his coattails.
Yeah,
okay? They don't really like him. And I guarantee you, none of them would leave their kids alone with that motherfucker.
Yeah, and for that reason, I don't think he's ever had a real connection to people ever. So, by not having any type of real friends or
if you can't make them money, I guess that's or if you're not some kind of famous person. I mean, how many of those people have just normal, everyday, old school buddy friends?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, in that kind of environment,
he thinks that people like him, but they just like his stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And without his stuff, then they don't like him. That's what he sees. So the more stuff he has, the more friends he's going to have, I guess. I don't know.
They're all the same people that just use each other to climb the ladder, to success for them. That's the way they see it anyway.
I'm going to get some coupons for aspirin and I'm going to send them to the White House. I am. I'm going to save that motherfucker. Eat them up, boy. Just eat.
What does taking aspirin that long do to you after a while?
Well, your liver can't be good.
if it's not, it can really damage your liver badly. Everything you ingest like that goes through your fucking liver before it gets into your bloodstream. I hope people understand that. When they give you, see, this is why, like, when you drink alcohol, you're only really getting buzzed off of half of what you drank because your liver's filtering out the rest of it. It's trying to detoxify, but you overwhelm it, so you get drunk. Okay. When they give you a dosage for some kind of a narcotic, they write a prescription. Okay, it's usually 2 times what your body needs. It's usually the amount they give you is more than what your body needs to have the effect from it, but they're taking into account how much is being absorbed by your liver.
Yeah, because there's a breakdown of it as it absorbs into your intestines or how it breaks down.
Exactly. And so it's not good. I can tell you that. Eating gobs of aspirin a day. I mean, what do they recommend? I guess for old people, I should know. What is it? Hey, honey, how much aspirin is old people supposed to eat a day?
Not much.
I think it's like my boss. He takes a baby aspirin a day.
Yeah, I think that's why they.
Yeah,
that's probably.
Sorry,
I'm sorry, Cubby. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think that's why they usually prescribe a low level of Bayer or like a baby aspirin or something.
Yeah, which comes from willow bark. Of course, they've synthesized it, which you buy at the store. It's synthetic, but that's basically the same shit that's in willow bark.
That's It says here that it's in preventing heart attacks and strokes in individuals with established cardiovascular disease.
Mm-hmm. So he's already self-admitted that he has cardiovascular, but he don't listen to his doctors. That's what they say anyway. And this fucker's still chowing out on McDonald's. Keep on going, Donnie. Eat those people burger. Get yourself some people McNuggets and shit.
The McRib is back.
The McRib is back. That's right. They cleaned out Battery Park. All the fucking homeless people are gone. Next on the news, the McRib is back.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, it damages your kidneys too, and probably that'll lead to thyroid problems, and that can cause, that's why he's got them nasty eye bags under his eyes.
There was something I was reading about Advil. If you take Advil or ibuprofen,
Yeah,
it's bad
ibuprofen's
because
horrible.
it fucks you up.
Yeah.
But hey, whatever. Either way, this guy's a fucking monster. This guy's a goddamn monster, man. And look at the lengths he'll go to because he doesn't. There's a reason he's on these lists. There's a reason he's in those files.
Yeah.
There's a reason he's going apeshit. They hollered at Marjorie Taylor Greene, hollered at her, said, I don't care. Says, you'll hurt my friends. And then he was yelling at these other fucking people. He says, I don't give a fuck. He says, what you have to do, I'm not releasing those files. Start a war, do anything. We're not doing it. Well, let's go take in Venezuela. Oh, all right. That sounds legit. What the fuck? And this is all just to cover his own bullshit up, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. On a more holistic approach, you could take beetroot or cinnamon, cayenne pepper. Somebody mentioned stuff like that. That's a lot better, like holistically, if you want to not take aspirin or.
But don't tell
ibuprofen.
Trump that. Tell Trump to eat a lot of aspirin.
Yeah.
Eat a whole bunch of it. Hurry.
Yeah.
Get it while it lasts. They're
Yeah.
gonna
Cloves.
tariffs on the fucking aspirin. There you go.
And I tried, but I did not.
How did you? So, obviously, Trump was extremely violent. Trump's a sadistic psychopath. When Trump assaulted you, so sexual assault and physical assault?
Yes. So,
And
at one point, I kind of acquiesced to whatever sexual things that he wanted to do. But at some point, he wanted me to have sex with him. So he lay down on his stomach, and there was a wooden tent stake that was in the room. And I had been eyeballing it as a weapon. And what I did was put the condom on the wooden tent stake, put it inside of him, and I kicked it as hard as I could. And that's why he had to get life flighted out, because I ripped him open.
Okay, so did you hear what the man said? He took a tent stake, put it up Trump's ass, and then kicked it as hard as he could. And he had to be life flighted out of there. Now, this is back in the 80s. You have to understand, this is back in the 80s. That's fucked up, bro. So what Donnie was wanting Peggy, he likes Peggy. He's what? Just man.
Do you ever watch the movie The Equalizer?
No, I haven't seen it.
Denzel Washington, sort of like justice when everyone involved in American law enforcement can't get any justice. That would be a sort of situation, obviously. I laughed because there's poetic justice there, Sascha.
That was what facilitated. Not only did I get really assaulted by Andy Biggs, I also got assaulted by like an entire party's worth of people. They took
after Trump was airlifted out.
Yeah, a whole nother party. So they took me to another party after that, and because I had done that to one of those rich people, they took me from like station to station, and they could do whatever they wanted. Most of them just beat on me. I can remember me standing there. I'd already gotten beaten up, 5, 6 times, and I can remember somebody urinated on me, and I said, "Thank you for not hurting me." And he just hauled off and punched me in the side of the head and knocked me out. I can remember leaving that party, and my dad was just kind of dragging me out of there. It was another instance, just like with Andy Biggs, where I got beaten to the point where, the room was spinning. I was nauseous, probably throwing up. maybe some broken bones, badly.
And how many perpetrators did you say again? 20 to 40, 25 to 40 perpetrators?
People that were there, yes. I would say probably 8 or 10 that just beat the absolute hell out of me. And some of them probably sexually assaulted me, but I can't remember. I can remember getting hurt, just getting beaten up and,
Was that before you tried to defend yourself from Trump or after? Do you remember?
That was after. That was as a punishment, if you want to call it that. What happened at that party was part of the punishment, and then I can remember them saying that this is the last of it when I had to go see Andy Biggs, but Andy Biggs almost fucking killed me. So I remember him to this day.
So when Andy Biggs almost killed you was after Trump as well?
Yes.
Okay.
After Andy Biggs was after Trump. The party that a whole bunch of people assaulted me was after that, and then the last one was Andy Biggs, and then I can remember my dad saying no more. I can remember him even kind of breaking down a little bit, like psychologically, because of just, I guess, the repeated watching me just get destroyed by people. You got to understand, it's not like boo-boos and Band-Aids. They were breaking ribs and really hurting me. I've got like a deformed rib cage to this day.
No, sounds like they were trying to torture you just to the point of death, to punish you and to send a message.
They tried over and over again to hint to me to get me to kill myself.
Yeah.
And I can remember thinking, there's no way I'm going to kill myself because that's what they want. So I kind of survived some of that just out of spite, to be honest with you. There's really no other way to put it, but I wasn't going to. I can remember hating my mom so much that I just did not want to give her the satisfaction.
Yeah.
She, as bad as my dad was, Mary Lynn Riley was even more evil. Her thing was sexually torturing me. So and she enjoyed sexually torturing Samantha when they went and got her.
And Samantha was the runaway that Riley,
yes, the runaway that
William
she lived in a brothel, basically a house where they had 4 or 5 underage girls that they had scooped up from wherever they got them from, and they would use those girls at these parties. Well, at one time they sent me to go be a part of that brothel. So that's when I made friends with Samantha, Patricia, and Sarah. And those are the only 3 that I can remember their names. But Sarah committed suicide. Samantha was tortured to death. And Patricia was the girl that got shot in the bed before Trump came in.
Did Patricia die?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Samantha, Patricia, and Sarah. And all 3 died.
Yes. Yes.
So Samantha was the runaway that was murdered by your adopted parents.
Yes.
Patricia committed suicide. Sarah committed suicide, and Patricia was murdered in the bed before Trump came in. And then they threatened you and said to let Trump do whatever Trump wanted to do to you, or they would shoot you in the head as well.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And I can remember them pointing the gun at me and saying, "We're going to kill you." And my dad protesting because he said, "If you shoot him, we're all going to go to jail." And he was really, I can remember him being distraught. Now he's a kind of a tough guy and, all of that sort of stuff. So that's what stood out to me was he was really scared because he knew that if they just shot me, that's not something he could explain to anybody. And he had gotten into so much trouble with trying to get rid of me already. But there's the Chevy van incident, there's the pool incident, and then there's the stairs incident. And all of those generated a police report. In addition to that, we went down to Panama City, Florida, to the beach, either Panama City or Destin,
Oh yeah, this is really something else too. Yes, somebody was asking, were these foster parents? Yes, yes, his birth parents. He just, I guess, recently had tracked them down. He hasn't made contact with them, I guess, but these were adopted parents. Good screening by the state or whoever, the adoption agency or whatever the fuck was going on there. But boy, phew, they really picked a doozy, didn't they? Doozy of a dad.
Yeah.
These guys like dodging all over from Tennessee to Alabama, all this other fucking shit, because of these CP charges and shit like that, and oh man, come on.
That
This
whole
kid's,
system.
what the fuck? Who let that adoption take place?
I was about to say that whole system's a corruption in itself too. The people that they adopt kids to and stuff. So
He was probably placed with him on purpose,
Right.
for these purposes. I mean, look, he's the kind of kid that they go for. He's the kind of kid they go for. Look at him.
Well, who would know best who to adopt kids out to other than a person that does this kind of stuff, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That whole thing's fucking a sham too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all there. It's like, foxes in the hen house. You think that CPS and shit like that is there to protect kids. Fuck no, they're not. It's just a system.
they're
It's
not.
a grinder. It's a grinder.
Yeah. No, they're not there for the kids. No. Fuck no. Fuck no.
This is crazy, man.
And they took me to a riptide area. I didn't know it was a riptide area. There were no other people on the beach. It was just us. But within like 100 yards, 150 yards, there's the regular beach where people were at. You know how they have the riptide zones. They don't want you out there, right, for obvious reasons. Well, they took me to one of these zones and had me, say, hey, come out here and play in the water and this and that. And for the first few minutes, it was just the three of us playing in water, and I'm just a kid. Beach is awesome. So at any rate, they go back in. I'm out there playing. Eventually, that current gets me, and I don't know how to swim at this point in my life. So it pulls me out, 100 feet maybe, and I'm bouncing up and down off the sandbar, just screaming my head off. Well, somebody that was on the regular beach, not in the riptide area, heard the screaming and came running from like 150 yards away, and right by my parents who were standing there. And he goes out there and gets me, fishes me out. By the time he comes back, he's nearly exhausted. And I can remember him and my dad nearly fighting. And at this point, there are other people that are coming, and, that scares the shit out of my dad. But there was another police report with that. And I know that police report followed us back up into Alabama because the sheriff came down there and talked to my dad in Alabama. So there was another investigation for sure. So all of those things had already happened, and my dad was terrified that if something happened to me, especially so close to all of these other things that all of these other investigations, he pretty much knew he was going to go to jail over it.
So there was at least the Chevy van incident, pool incident, stairs incident. There was police reports. How many police reports? About 3 or 4. And then
that that are just involved in trying to get rid of me. And then there were, in addition to those 4, there were 2 investigations. One for the porn, and then when we lived in the duplex and they were torturing that girl to death, Samantha. Our duplex neighbors there in Enterprise, Alabama, they called the police because they could hear, screams and beatings and stuff like that. And when they investigated, I can remember my dad saying, hey, he talking about me is just, I had gotten in trouble and got a whipping or something. And they did an investigation. They collected blood samples and everything from the house, but the problem was they couldn't determine how long that blood had been there, I guess. And it wasn't a match to anybody in the house. So for what?
Which you'd figure would kind of give them cause for alarm. Wait a second, we found blood in this house and it doesn't belong to anybody here. What the fuck? Who did this come from? I mean, but they just, okay, well, we can't find out who. It's none of you guys, so okay.
Whatever reason, they just didn't have enough, and I don't think they were allowed to talk to me. I think my dad would have had to give them permission for the investigators to interrogate me. So I don't recall ever giving testimony as a child. Not to the police in that instance or in the instance up in Tennessee.
Did you provide any testimony to the police in any of those 5 cases? Well, the one case with the military, with the child pornography, you.
I can remember the sheriff talking to me at the beach in Panama City, and I don't remember what all was said, but I can remember my dad tried to get out of there, and the guy that went and fished me out, my dad's a pretty big guy, and he can fight, but the guy that went and got me was he was a tank. So it wasn't something that he wanted to really get into a fight about over there. And people started coming in, so my parents, I can remember them trying to hug me and stuff. Oh my God, thank God. I can remember the guy that fished me out. They said, there's no goddamn way. I heard that from 150 yards away, and you're standing there watching him, and you didn't hear it, And, they tried to play it off like, well, we just thought he was playing, swimming and stuff like that. And I can remember the sheriff asking, do you know how to swim? And I said, no, sir. And they were like, okay, this fucking sucks. There's no way that this is legitimate. And I can remember the sheriff in Alabama talking to my dad and saying, there better not be anything that happens to him. He said, because I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, you're going to go to jail. I don't care. He said, I'll make sure of it.
So they had a sense, but they didn't know. They didn't have enough of what they thought of as evidence
They
to be
didn't
able
have
to
enough.
do
That's
anything.
exactly right.
And that was the case
Yeah.
with Samantha as well.
Yeah.
And somebody just asked, did he name his dad? Yes, he did earlier in the interview. He gave the dad's name. There's a good breakdown summary of this right here. I put it in the chat. I'm going to put it in again if anybody wants to see it.
This is off of somebody's Substack, right?
Yeah, well, it's on. People are resharing it all over on Substack. That's where I found the whole complete interviews is over there. And that's there's quite a bit. This is only like the first hour we're listening to right here.
Yeah.
And it's but a lot of it down here is like rehashing pretty much shit that he's already said in this. There's about another 20 minutes left here on this video, on this audio file. And then, of course, I put the links to this in the chat too, if anybody wants to go and listen to the whole thing here. This is really interesting. Key points, names of people that are at these elite parties where this shit was going on. Okay. Prominent people, Lindsey Graham, Clarence Thomas, Joe Biggs, and he explicitly says about Joe Biggs beating the fucking living shit out of him. Now, the thing would be, he could get sued. If this was untrue, he could get sued.
Yeah.
Right? But so far, he hasn't been sued. Joe Biggs is a congressman, right?
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump is president of the United States. Has there been any suit filed against this guy with that shit? No, they don't want anybody hearing about it.
Yeah. Extraordinary claims. You need extraordinary proof too.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, the guy does say, he says he would gladly do any polygraph test on any of this. Now, some of these people, he said, like he said, did Lindsey Graham do anything to him or abuse him? He says, I can't be for certain that he did or didn't really. He said, I suspect that he probably did. He says, but I couldn't lay my hand on a Bible and swear on it. He says, but Yeah, when that girl was shot, the next person that came in that room after that threat was Donald Trump. He said, I swear to God on the Bible that I would, he says he'd take a polygraph test. And I trust that. And I'd like to see it. He actually should. And, even though it's not admissible in court, in the court of public opinion, yes, absolutely. I would like to see that. That would be awesome. I tend to believe this because it tracks with the other shit and other testimonies of victims. His behavior, his language, the things that he says, it all tracks. But I think that's fucking hilarious if he kicked a tent fucking peg up Trump's ass.
That's it. We need an investigation into Trump's ass.
We want to see
his doctors take pictures.
That's right.
Bring it in Congress. Here's a picture of his ass, sir.
Right. We want a FOIA request.
That's why they blackmail people and they compromise people, because then when they do finally come out and say something, it's like, oh, can you really believe this guy or gal? They used to do this or do that, or we got pictures of them doing this, and we've been conditioned to think, once something's been shown on that person, then their testimony or whatever is no good,
Is it just me, or does this guy not sound like this was a bad experience? He's telling it like as if it was a story. It seems kind of sketchy to me. I don't know.
Yeah,
I get a weird feeling about this kind of stuff.
I say we start a protest. I'd say we
do too. But
FOIA Trump's ass. FOIA Trump's ass.
We want to see.
You guys are crazy. They might actually do it. That would be gross.
You guys want to see Trump's ass?
No, I don't. I'm good. Thank you, guys.
As long as they're forensic photos.
Yes, we want.
I don't want to see him doing weird stuff.
But yeah, they have to be redacted and sanitized.
I don't want him looking back at the camera, that kind of thing.
The guy stick them up on the Xerox copy machine.
Real saggy fucking nutsack hanging down. Yeah. Man, it just conjures up a nasty vision.
Yeah, we went down a bad.
Yeah, we went down a bad road. And it all started with a pet peg. It all started.
It wasn't me.
Dude. You also got to look at this too, like I said, this kind of shit became his norm. You know what I say? They had already broken him down psychologically. They'd already, desensitized him. I'm killing puppies in front of him and then looking at him to see what his reaction is and shit.
I know, but let me just be devil's
making you have sex with another little girl and then come in while you're doing it and shoot her in the fucking head. Dude. What's up?
Let me be devil's advocate.
I'm sure in the moment that would have fucking totally, shook his whole world and everything. And, now, yeah, he could probably relate that to, because he's, what the fuck? And plus he was in Iraq. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
I guess
we can give him the benefit of the doubt.
Be desensitized to it. I do hear a little bit of emotion into it. I hear a lot of anger when he talks about Trump. That he was glad.
I'll be honest.
It's
right. Yeah.
I don't know. I get a feeling like a lot of these people try this stuff to see what kind of bites.
Right.
You know what I mean? To see what people glom onto, so they got something. What do they got? A midterm coming up?
That's why I say, listen to it. That's why I've provided the link in the chat. Please click it, go to it, and listen to it yourself. We're not going to listen to all of them. We're going to go through to the end of this one here, the A of 6. I don't know why they did that. B of 6, C of 6, like
14 hours.
That's why they.
But no, it comes out to, let's see, this one here is like an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and 22. The other one's an hour and 15. So you might as well say hour and a half, 3 hours. Next one after that's 23 and a half minutes, then 22 and a half minutes, then 36 and a half minutes, and 16. So there's probably about 4 hours altogether of this shit.
That's why they muddy the waters with that whole like Me Too thing, right? It's like believe every woman, believe every
Right,
woman,
right,
and stuff
right.
like that. And then when a real one comes up, it totally discredits the real one because everybody's sick of hearing like, oh, we got to believe every story that comes out. You know, that's the unfortunate part of all this. And then it makes it hard to decipher what's real and what isn't. But
Yeah, parenticide would be in order. Yeah, I think the dad's
very good point.
Well, apparently the dad is still alive. I don't know, something, because I think when later I was listening to the part B and there was something he talked about that it says if they could get him to talk, he could blow the lid off of a whole bunch of shit. So I don't know, man. Just listen to it, use your discernment, see if it tracks. But we'll listen to the rest of this first one and then we'll move on to some other things.
And your dad wouldn't let them talk to you.
It also gives you quite a glimpse into what this shit is actually about, what they do. Like these secluded farmhouses and shit like that, where they would do it, like where you'd practice, where you would figure Satanists would go do a ritual or something away from prying eyes, you know. And only a select few that's invited to go, you know, 40 people or something, 50 people. Kind of like those, not quite like the Eyes Wide Shut party, but a little smaller. You know what I'm saying?
definitely thinking that when I was listening to all this. It's
Yeah, I mean, I
very
could
eerily
picture,
similar.
you know, having patio lights out, you know, like, you know, and an awning set up, maybe some drinks and shit like that, people mingling on the lawn and that kind of thing.
Do you think they wear them masks and stuff?
What's that?
Do you think they wear them masks and stuff to kind of like escape reality? Like when they put that mask on, they don't have to think about the creature that they are underneath it. You know, like when they do those party type things, you know, like the Eyes Wide Shut thing, you know, they put those masks on to kind of take on a different personality. So they
role play.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
The thing I'm thinking is, why would, even if somebody were to come up with some fake bullshit like that, why would they want that to grab on? I mean, obviously to say stuff like that to get you the hell out, get everybody against you. But why would they, if that was the case, why would they want to get rid of him? So I mean, that's kind of my mentality, is like, what's he actually doing that we don't know about? Obviously, we turn on the TV and see all the stuff every day, you know, the illegals and the ICE people and the conflicts. But what's he really doing that's making them, that would make somebody come up with some kind of story like that? I'm just trying to play devil's advocate, you know.
I think he's really involved with this shit. And I think that this guy's spot on when he says that Trump was in charge of it. I had that hunch a while back, thinking, you know what, I think Trump was running the fucking shit. And he knows that the best way to control shit is to be the opposition.
Yeah, but don't you notice that every time a president comes along, they always have a scandal, some kind of thing like this that tries to get them out? It happened with Clinton.
Yeah.
Happened
Yeah,
with
it's all
Bush.
convenient too. Yeah.
Yeah, notice how it always happens. Notice how there's always a scandal at some point when shit's either not going well or stuff is going too well. Seems like there's always some kind of crap, you know.
I don't think there's any denying that these people are involved in this kind of shit, man. Like it's pretty clear that they're all fucked up.
Yeah.
And whether or not whether this scandal or this scandal or this scandal, they're all involved in this shit, man. We can't deny it at this point. You can deny it, but then you're full of shit. I don't know.
Look, you know, where there's smoke, there's usually fire. Where there's a lot of smoke, there's a lot of fire. And there's a lot of smoke around all these motherfuckers, man.
Yeah, they're all kind of shit.
Is. I mean, they're like a fucking chimney. I'm not kidding you. It's like a goddamn chimney of smoke coming out of these motherfuckers, man. And you hear the consistencies in these people, what they say, even in the files, you know, of documents, you know, that were taken years ago, years ago and never acted upon. That's what's so fucked up. Never acted upon. You know, I mean, what the fuck have these people been doing? You know, they're too busy. The FBI shit, they're too busy coercing some fucking half-wit to blow up something so they can bust him for it. You know, they act like they're some kind of a gang. The only one that's not part of the gang is the guy they're trying to set up. Everybody else is a fed.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
You don't get into that club on your good merits. We'll just put it that way.
No.
You don't.
So
No.
what more is it gonna take before we finally fucking say, yeah, these all our leaders are fucking pedophiles? What more is it gonna take?
Are. A lot of people are. He's trying his damnedest to distract from it.
Yeah.
What with the Venezuela and the Greenland threats and the fucking Mexico threats and the
Cuba.
Colombia threats and Cuba and all this other fucking nonsense. He's doing a real dangerous fucking tap dance with a lot of other people's goddamn lives, all to keep you from looking at the fact that him and his buddies that are running this fucking place are a bunch of fucking deranged,
right,
psychopathic fucking pedophiles.
Right. So what do we do about it? What
Keep
as a
talking
people,
about it for one.
as a country? Well, yeah, we can keep talking about it, but eventually, like, are we gonna do something about it, or are we just gonna keep talking about it?
I think that the more we talk about it, the more we take it to a critical mass. It needs to reach a critical mass. That critical mass hasn't been there yet because we still got these fucking retards that are watching Fox News. We got also these goddamn cops that for some reason these I don't know how they got these magical fucking rights where they can go and shoot somebody and pay no fucking consequences for it. All blanket immunity, just beat the fucking hell out of people and black site them, and that's okay. What? This has got to reach critical mass. People have to understand it for what it is. It's not rounding up aliens, it's rounding up people. Okay.
Right.
It's rounding up people. It's going door to door and asking for fucking papers.
Yes. Yeah.
I know.
It's critical mass, Sav. Exactly. That's the most that's the best way you could have put it, is critical mass.
I know.
Listen, speak out about it. Speak out about it loud. Don't worry if it fucking offends somebody. You might be around some people with the little stupid red hats. They need to be aware, baby. Their fucking guy is a fucking pedophile and a psychopath. And he's going to send your children and your grandchildren to go off and die in these fucking places, all to cover up the fact that he's a pedophile. Everybody knows it at this point.
Yeah.
Hell, you saw the response of the Colombian president. He said that a gang of pedophiles is threatening to come here and kidnap me like they did Maduro.
Jeez. Yeah.
I know within my own personal group of family and friends, I've noticed, I know bunches of them voted for Trump. That he's not as popular this time around as he was the last time. And just speaking out to him, when they say things like, what was I going to do? Vote for Harris? It's like we've said many times, it's like you're not choosing the lesser of two evils. You're still choosing evil,
Right.
And you say those kind of things to that people when they say that, what am I going to do? What do I vote for? It's like, well, don't vote for one. And two,
don't vote for any of them.
Yeah. But yeah, like you're saying, like Sal was saying, just talk about it within your group of personal, family and friends. Even if somebody says something, speak up. Be like, no, that's not how we should be thinking that way. Don't be afraid to say something.
This ain't about being a Republican or a Democrat. Okay. I don't give a fuck if you like donkeys or elephants or any of the rest of that nonsense. Okay. The fact of the matter is, this isn't about politics. This is about psychopathic monsters embedded at the highest positions of our political machine that are affecting everybody's daily lives. Now, if you're going to have that, then you got to fix it. You got to fix it. You're not going to vote your way out of this shit. because it don't matter. Like I said, donkeys or elephants, it don't matter. They're all a bunch of fucking psychopathic fucking pedophiles. There's no getting around that. So take that for what it's worth. But like I said, we got to reach critical mass with this. We can't, if there's anybody out there that's supporting this fucking piece of shit right now, they're an enemy to you. They're an enemy to you. These people that are supporting this shit in Venezuela or going into Greenland or rattling sabers with France or NATO or everybody else that he's fucking being all aggressive with to keep you from realizing or noticing or saying that he is a goddamn psychopathic pedophile. He's a puppy fucking torturing, killing, goddamn psychopathic pedophile.
Dude. Yes. What else do we need to say?
The dude hurts kids and hurts puppies.
Like that should be enough, man. Like I don't understand. What is it gonna take? Like critical mass. Yeah.
This is the reality of it. That Mike Huckabee, you know, Mike Huckabee is the ambassador. Okay. Yeah. His son got brought up on charges. His son was fucking torturing and killing fucking puppies.
Man.
Yeah. His own son.
So was Fauci.
So let me say this. If these fucks hurting our children isn't enough for us to revolt, what is it going to fucking take? That's the question.
This is the thing. Exposure. Realization. This is it. Are these goons that are out there rounding people up and arresting them and wanting to shoot people because they're getting photographed? What the fuck? Why are you worried about being photographed? Why are you worried about being filmed? If everything you're doing is on the up and up, then you shouldn't have any fucking problem with that, especially in an official capacity. American citizens are allowed to film their government in the capacity of their jobs. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to observe. You're allowed to document.
Yep.
Okay. And to threaten these people with that you're going to shoot them or arrest them and say that they're interfering with government operations. Observation is not an interference.
Nope.
Okay. If I'm over here and I ain't fucking with you, I'm filming you. That's my First Amendment right. And if I say you fucking pigs are really out of line, what are you doing? Do you feel like you're really making America great? Do you feel like, is this what a great America is right here? What you're doing right here, setting this precedence, is do you think you're making America great? That's not interfering either. Interference is a physical act. If I do something to stop you from your duties, then that's interference. But you know what? I think maybe these motherfuckers need some interference. Federal police, federal troops militarized in the streets of America is the red line. We know. Now he ran that up the flagpole, putting National Guard in DC and in Chicago and these other fucking cities and shit. Now he's got this. Now he's got the stormtroopers in there, going door to door, asking for papers. We don't do that. That's not what we're about here. We can't stand for it. Sooner or later, they're going to run across the wrong motherfuckers. They're going to try to push it too far, and all hell's going to break loose.
Well, I know that younger generation, they have resources that we didn't have growing up with all these different platforms and stuff. So reaching out to them and getting them to see all this and speak up about it is a thing. Because we were indoctrinated, through the school system when we were younger. So if these kids nowadays are taught right, and this is all, light has been shed on all this, that maybe that when they get to an older age, and as they get there, they can speak up about this because they're better with the technology and all that stuff. Reaching the youth, as much as I harp on them, a lot, at the same time, they are the ones that will come up and we'll be gone. So it's important that they kind of do the layman's work on some of this stuff.
Yeah, that's a great point, Chad. If they can get it started, then they can make a difference.
And I think that is happening. I mean, if you look at, I'm not on TikTok and X and all that, but some of the stuff I see from, like, if I'm watching Sav's channel or whatever, there's a lot of these people, these younger kids that are talking. He's shown plenty of videos on here of these kids on TikTok and X that are speaking out against this kind of stuff. And as much as I, joke around and give them crap, at the same time, it is a good thing. At least they're talking about it.
Right. Yes, absolutely. 100% agree. Yeah.
I mean, whether it's coming from AI or whatever their source is, I don't really care, because at the same time, they're shedding a light on it. That's the important part.
Yeah. So I have something for when we're talking about the lesser of two evils. There's a quote. It says, "You assist an evil system by most effectively by obeying its orders and decrees. An evil system never deserves such allegiance. Allegiance to it means partaking of the evil. A good person will resist an evil system with his or her soul."
Yep, that's what we should be doing right here. If everybody did that instead of trying to join a fucking team, thinking that these fuckers are up there to do anything good for you. They're not. Take it from me. I've been around here for 60 fucking years, okay? And I've seen left, right, left, right, left, right.
Doesn't work either way.
No,
Never does.
it ain't never got any better.
Nope. Nothing.
It
The
always
value of
gets
anything never goes
fucking
up.
worse. More and more restrictions. Why the hell do you think that we had such a cool childhood in the 70s as opposed to like now? Man, I would hate to be a kid now.
Yeah. And somebody
comparing it to what I had, we were just fucking feral. I mean, and
what are you doing in the house? Get outside and go somewhere.
Yeah, go find something to do. You didn't never come and say, "Oh, I'm bored." Oh, you're bored, huh? I'll find something for you to do. No, you know what that meant. You're going to sit there folding underwear or some shit, right?
Dude, yeah, even in the 90s, the same shit. When I was a kid in the 90s, it's the same way, dude.
My stepmom made me do all the laundry for everybody in the house and cook dinner. I was like all pissed off because I moved my mouth.
So Juno had mentioned something about Roblox, which is right along the lines of this situation here. Another thing about the youth or younger generation is they're better at networking. So there was a kid that was exposing him. He was on Roblox and he was being groomed, right? And he spoke out against it. And then the CEO or whatever, the owners of the company of Roblox attacked that person and got him kicked off the platform instead of people that were doing this shit. But that guy, like I said, they network better through all these platforms and stuff, started garnering attention and allies on his side. And now they're kind of going back at Roblox, which should be the way it is. That's why it's important to talk about it at the very least.
Why he did that is because he was losing money. That's all he cared about.
Chad, you're right. At the very least, talk about it. Right. Yeah.
Put it out there,
Yeah.
Maybe it gets seen. Like I said,
What the younger go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead, man.
I was gonna say the younger generation, like you were saying, it's important for them to talk about it at least.
Yeah. They're better with technology. They network a lot better, so they'll figure it out one way or another.
In 200 characters or less.
200 characters.
Those are the old days.
And your dad wouldn't let the police officers talk to you. So that also seems weird.
He did.
It seems weird. I mean, I know in Canada is a bit different, like in terms of, there would have been folks from Child Protection Services there, and they would have gotten you away from your adoptive fathers to talk to you. You wouldn't have gone through that sort of horror in Canada. I'm really sad that's what occurred.
At one point, CPS did take me, so I got into the foster care system, and ultimately, I'm just gonna. I was ungovernable, incorrigible, at that point in my life. If you said something to me, I didn't necessarily. I didn't care who you were. I wasn't necessarily going to do that, and I might just hit you. Because that was just my response to life at that point. So eventually I made my way right back to that house. So I can tell you that throughout the process of trying to work with me, Jane Goodall was one of the people that worked with me. So I know that she is still alive. I think she's still alive. I think she's 91 now.
Yeah.
And she might recall having worked with me, because I would have been one of the strangest cases she ever had. Because at around that time frame, I had made the decision that I would no longer let anybody get within arm's reach of me. And if they did, I'd fight for my life. So, you know, people had to stay away from me. I could talk. I mean, I wasn't like a feral animal, but I just would not allow people within my personal space anymore. And because of her work, you know, with apes and everything, with gorillas, you know, they kind of reached out to her to make contact with me to see if they could help me.
Yeah. And did you talk to Jane Goodall at all about what you'd experienced getting trafficked? I know when you and I spoke by email, messenger, you said was from during about 1978 to 1986 is what you remembered, 9 to 13, but you're not sure it could have been as early as 6 or 7 years old.
Right. I don't really start remembering what was going on until about 10 or 11. And I just know that it happened before that. I can remember being sexually assaulted by family. That's some of my very first memories. So, but as far as taking me to other places and these parties and whatnot, I know that sort of thing was happening, but I just don't have a good enough recollection to really piece together much of a story.
So whether you were 6 or 7 years old or 10 or 11 years old with the parties. When you
Right. I know family was assaulting me, and then friends of family were assaulting me as early as 6 or 7. I know that. Some of my very first memories are of being assaulted. But as far as taking me to places to make money at these parties, I don't have a clear recollection. It may have happened as early as the first sexual assaults that were happening with family. But I don't have a clear recollection if that was going on to that scale at that time, but do have a recollection from about 10 or 11.
Okay. So how much?
I know it's
No, it's okay. I'm glad you and I are able to have such a thorough discussion, and I appreciate again how straightforward, forthright you are. You know, it's extremely important.
I mean, there's a part of me that just wants to point fingers in every direction, but I have really thought about, okay, what do I recall vividly enough that that I would put my hand on the Bible in a courtroom, raise my hand, and say, "Yep, that's the truth." And what I am as close to 100% certain that if you put me on a polygraph, it would come back just as perfect.
Yeah.
So there are other things that I could maybe point fingers at, but then it kind of gets into muddying the water because I don't really remember them that well.
Well,
So
I think
that's why I just stuck.
Yeah, no, that's good, and I think what I'd like to do, like, we'll continue discussing a bit about what we're talking about now. The things that you're less sure of, I'd like to look at a second a conversation just entirely focused on what you're not sure of, just because I think there is some important information there, but I don't want to muddy the waters in terms of what we're speaking about now that you are willing to testify in a court of law about. So let's continue focusing about any of the details about what you're willing to swear to in a court of law. And then, then let's look at, I would maybe look at, say, a second discussion and any follow-on questions from this discussion, or I might just look at getting everything transcribed. And I'm just going to look at it raw, because honestly, in terms of, there's obviously thousands and thousands of pieces of video footage, film that the FBI took. That's all gone into some whoever's been trying to profit off of is nonsense. So what I'm looking at, I'm thinking even a combination, like just a brief summary from me, like a paragraph, and I'll even look at just publishing the raw audio file of our discussion with the text messages, because I think the context is really important. I think, especially because there's been so much collusion regarding copy editing of.
So anyway, the rest of that interview I've included. I'm going to put it over in the description too of the video. Hey, what happened here? This is supposed to have other stuff in here too. Damn it. Okay, hang on. We're going to go back. But I mean, isn't it some crazy shit? I mean, what the hell? You know?
Definitely crazy and par for the course.
What do you think? Is it? I mean, I think it tracks. I mean, there again, it could be bullshit.
Yeah.
But
I'm skeptical. That's all I can say. I'm skeptical.
Yeah.
No, see, I gotta do.
Everything's an open book these days, so.
But I was abused, so I mean, you have to give me a little bit of, at least something there, because having been abused, it just seems odd that he's not. I don't know. Maybe he's just over it now, and it's been so many years. But I don't know. I get pretty worked up when I talk about the actual stuff that happened to me, like the stuff that I remember. But most of it is blocked out, so it's like really hard to talk about. Like he said, a lot of it you don't remember because it's blocked. Your mind just blocks it out automatically. So it's really interesting. Abuse is not something you can like study. It's not easy. You know what I mean?
How long do you think it's going to be before he has a unfortunate washing machine accident or a window washing?
If he's not already.
Yeah.
He probably already is. Let's see. I want to see something here. Did that work? Yeah, it did. Okay, cool. All right. So the description to that is, of course, down in the link to that's down in the description, and all the recordings. There's a couple more hours to it. Quite a bit of information, kind of gives you some insight into, and the thing that gets me is the consistency, because he goes back on and recalls stuff that it's like, okay, yeah, and you start becoming familiar with the whole story. It's almost like I could see a vision in my head, these like poor, like maybe white trash, they're abusing the kid. They trafficking it out to other weirdos in the area and shit like that. I don't know, man. It's like,
I would say whether his story is believable or not, and it is questionable, I suppose. It happens. We know it happens.
Yeah.
It happens to other people. It's clearly, I mean, Ryan just said so. So we know it's a thing. And nonetheless, it needs to be exposed one way or another. I don't care. Like I said earlier, extraordinary.
I agree. If it's true, yeah, absolutely.
Extraordinary proof. And, if you're going to claim that about certain people, yeah, you should probably have to have, solid proof of it. But at the same time, like I was saying, it is a thing. So like you were saying, Sav, it tracks, and it is par for the course that, these people would do that kind of thing. But so it is important, I guess, nonetheless, to just, at least give the person credit they're talking about it if it is possibly true, I guess.
Wonder where's Janusz tonight?
I don't know.
Yeah. Good question.
I think he was
my first thought isn't to deny this guy or think he's full of shit. My first thing is like, yeah, he's probably telling the truth.
Just
I'm not like, he's bullshitting me. No, Trump is cool. Trump wouldn't do that. Yeah, right. My first thought is Trump would do that, and he probably did do that. You know,
That's one of the biggest problems with these people that do cry wolf is when, you know, when you have a bunch of them that claim that such and such happened, and then it turns out it really didn't. That really puts a bad light on the rest of the people that actually had that happen to them, and then it,
Right.
you know, it makes
Yeah.
it hard hard to decipher between the
Yeah.
two.
Yeah,
It's
you don't
also
wanna
very
cry
upsetting too, watching somebody else. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You don't want to cry wolf, but it
Yeah.
doesn't mean that these things don't happen. So,
Yeah.
Right. Well, time will tell. There's other testimonies from other victims too. And like I say, the kind of shit that he says,
Grab him by the pussy.
his violent tendency. It's about dominance and control for him. And he likes to cause pain. He likes to see people suffer. He likes to see things suffer. Fucking puppy killing, baby raper motherfucker.
It is no coincidence
Yeah.
that these people are seen around young children, like the Miss Universe pageants, these lavish balls, you know,
balls.
I know, I knew I set myself up there, but these lavish, you know, dinners or whatever that they go to, and they have these young girls and boys there and stuff like that. You know, it's no coincidence. You know,
Yeah,
don't put
it's
yourself
not
in that
surprising.
don't put
Casting.
yourself, don't put yourself in that situation if you don't want to have people questioning you.
With the casting coach and all those places, you know, they try to. I don't know. I think it's in everything. I think it's in everything you see. I think you see it because those people are some kind of all those kid actors all got fucked up too. All of them.
Oh yeah, dude.
Fucking
Corey Feldman, fucking
70s and 80s, they all got screwed up. Every single
River
one
Phoenix. Yeah,
all the
they all
Disney kids, all the Nickelodeon kids.
Yeah,
all
it was
that.
even all the actors and stuff from the 70s who all had kids, and all the kids were all screwed up. The Fonda kids.
Yeah, it's a cycle of abuse.
Yeah, man, all of them. It's funny how you see it and you realize that, they all go through the same problems. Probably they just shield all that crap. They always get hooked up on drugs or, there's always something going on. Like you got $1 zillion, but they're miserable.
You guys know who, I can't remember the show he's on. You guys know the guy, but Alan Thicke, right?
Yeah.
He dated Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I'm trying to think of her name.
Sarah Michelle Gellar?
Sarah Michelle
No,
Gellar,
not that
yeah.
one. The other one from the movie. Nonetheless.
Oh, yeah.
He met her. She did an episode on the show he was on. What was that show? I'm totally drawing a blank now.
Was it his show that he had, like a nighttime show, or was it?
Oh, it was with Kurt Cameron and
Growing Pains.
Growing Pains, thank
Growing
you. Yeah.
Pains.
So he was on Growing Pains, and he was another one like Cosby is kind of like America's dad, right?
Yeah.
Well, she had been on that episode when she was 16 and he met her there. Well, he later, started dating that girl. He was a groomer. He was a known groomer. He did it to many and many other wives and girlfriends that he had along the way, but everybody saw him like a Cosby type, clean cut, America's dad, that kind of thing. This is the problem with these
Bob
people,
Saget.
man. Yeah.
Bob Saget. Yeah, fucking Bob Saget. Yeah. Same shit.
That's terrifying.
With the fucking Olsen twins, yeah.
Those two are really bizarre looking now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Have
they
you
got
seen
lots
them?
of Gila monster venom in them.
Hell yeah, that's it. Well, now sometimes people's Gila monster venom levels are low and it needs replenishing.
They look like
I need cocaine.
They look like skeletons. The same thing with the Osbournes when they had the Ozzy funeral and they were showing Sharon and all the kids. They all look that way, like
Except for Jack. He's the only one that doesn't.
Yeah, Jack looks normal because I think he got away from him, kind of. But I mean, you can kind of see that all the women all look like they need a meal. Like they've been in Somalia for the last 30 years.
Well, they got addicted to Ozempic. They're
You think Jack was just like, nah, I'm good, guys.
Yeah, he was like, fuck this, I'm out. You're all crazy.
Well, he started doing a lot of like hiking and rock climbing and stuff like that. He went the
Went the opposite
healthy route.
direction. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got another kid too that was he looks like was a real normal.
Yeah, you don't see
Joe.
him much.
Yeah, the other guy.
Yeah.
The older guy. And I was like, but when I saw them, I saw when I saw those three, I was like, holy God, they look like they need a sandwich. It's like the wind's going to blow them over. It's like, lady, you're
Wow, really?
chicken
They used to be
bones.
pudgy.
No, they look like they got chicken bones. Like chicken skeleton. It's like, hey, you guys are looking great. Looking good there, Sticks. What are you eating over there?
Yeah,
What are
on
you
you.
doing?
Wasted a good fart.
No, I'm eating
Oh,
a burrito. I just discovered I'm really high.
You're eating like it.
I just got back from the drug dealer and got me some new weed.
But it's I came up with something really good, man. I never thought this would be good. So I got these beef and bean and green chili burritos, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I got those ready and then put mustard on them, dude.
It's one of those college concoctions.
Yeah, no, mustard's good on things. It is.
It's fucking good, man. I was sitting there thinking about it. I was like, man, I bet that'd be really good. I'm going to try it. And I was glad. I'm pleased, man. I'm probably going to make
Okay, if
more.
you like that, try mustard on popcorn. Next time you go to the thing, get a couple packets of mustard and put it on your popcorn. It's
I
delicious.
guess don't knock it till you try it. Don't really
Yeah, I
say
know,
it.
right?
Dude, I try. I love mustard. I try it. Fuck it.
I went to this place in northeastern New York, upstate New York, and the guy said, "Do you want extra gravy with that? Fries." I bought fries. He said, "Do you want extra gravy with that?" And I was like,
Yes. Brown gravy on French fries is super good.
I
dude.
looked at. I stopped for a second because I'd never been there, and I was like, "Whoa, wait a minute, gravy? What are you talking about? You mean ketchup?" And he's like, "Yeah, I could give you ketchup." I said, No. What are you talking about?" He said gravy, and I was like, "What do you mean gravy? Like brown gravy, red gravy? What are you talking about?" He's like, "Brown gravy." And I was like, "Why do you put brown gravy on fries?" I just didn't know. He said, "Oh, you can get it with curds too."
It's
because if you put it on mashed potatoes, and when you put it on crispy fries, it's really good. Believe it or not.
Yeah, I know, but it's you know what I mean. It's just another application. It's like that wasn't a thing where I was raised. So
Right.
it was like, you put what? And then he said, "Oh, I can put curds on it too." And I was like, "What?
Yeah.
What are you talking?"
Yes, cottage cheese is good on it too. Yes.
So he was like, "Where are you from?" And I'm like, "New England. We don't do that." He said, "Oh, okay." He said, "It's poutine." They put like little things on it, and they pour gravy on it, and they like eat it with like a fork. And
What do they call that? Poutine or something like that?
Poutine.
No, I'm just kidding.
Not poutine.
If that's what poutine looks like, there's something wrong. You need new people to hang around with.
That's why people
Make
eat
sure you
it.
smell it first.
I always think of Super Troopers when you like, where you boys heading? For some French fries and gravy, sir.
Yeah.
That's basically exactly it. So I was like, "Give me the gravy on the side, and skip the bean curd or whatever the hell it is, cheese curd or whatever it is." So yeah, it was cool. Like, some people dip in mayonnaise. That's a weird thing too.
I was gonna say fucking mayonnaise on fries and shit. Yeah.
I like it with ketchup and mayonnaise mixed together, like make sauce.
My buddy
Well, that's just Thousand Island dressing without the relish.
Yeah, burger sauce.
Well, it's good with the relish too, but usually it's not that convenient anymore because they don't serve it like they used to for salads.
That's secret sauce, dude. That's secret sauce.
That's the
Only at
Big Mac
McDonald's.
sauce, bro.
Yeah, two all beef patty, special sauce, pickles, cheese, onions, lettuce.
No,
and
it's two all
tomato
beef
on
patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun.
it. That's what I just said.
That's what he
No,
said.
it isn't.
Yeah. Fucking Big Mac, bro.
I know all about it.
I can count on one hand how many times I've had a Big Mac.
Oh, I haven't had McDonald's in like 20 years.
Fuck, I love Big Macs.
Easy.
I will say that.
Late
I'm
2000s.
not saying that I want to eat it, but I eat it a lot because my family likes it, so I get stuck eating it. It's kind of hard to get them to go to another restaurant just for me.
Tell them that it's people.
I do. They don't believe me. They think I'm crazy. I tell them that there's weird stuff in their cereal too, and they don't listen to me. They just eat it anyway. And I'm like, okay, well,
Yeah,
you died
I
from it.
stopped eating cereal. I don't fuck with cereal anymore. Yeah.
Just cut off a prosthetic finger and stick it in the bag one time and take it home. And when
Oh my God.
eat it.
Oh, I'd love to.
Call them.
But they'd have nightmares.
Make your phone make noises and pick up the phone when you do it and say, "Oh, hold on, don't eat that. There's a finger in the bag."
Oh my god!
No, it's a fucking prize. Remember the fucking you get a fucking prize with the cereal back in the day.
I think it's a pinky finger. Look in the bag.
A finger, dude.
It's fucked up, man.
We got to bring it back. Put it on ice.
No, it's Trump's weenie from when he worked there. Oh.
So
yeah, obviously Boston.
This happened today. Watch.
It happened, really? Already?
Watch this.
I have no clue.
Really? Come on.
They're not ready for primetime players. You got your soakers. You got your fucking baloney. Where are we going? We want us over here? Oh, we got the power march. What are we doing here? What? Oh,
Sir, we arrested a giraffe.
Loud noises.
Don't worry, sir. We didn't harm him.
Jeffrey.
Leave the giraffe alone. Let him go.
Leave the giraffe.
Free the
alone.
giraffe. Free the giraffe.
Leave the giraffe alone. The guy says.
Free Robbie. Free Robbie. Free Robbie. Free Robbie.
So apparently, I think this guy was like some kind of a local personality, and he was out there with this giraffe suit on, and I don't know what he got arrested for, being a giraffe unlawfully or something. Maybe I don't know.
Loud noises.
He might have been crashing one of their little police parties. You know.
They got a GoFundMe up for him.
Time's been tough for Jeffrey since Toys R Us closed.
For his fucking bail, like go fund his bail.
I was gonna say.
Oh, here's the kind of shit they're doing. Look at this. Here's another one though. Watch this. Well, hell, I'll just bring this up. What the fuck? You guys can see this.
For what? See, I wish they would show what the hell he did.
I know.
Jesus.
Exactly, because you can't really tell like how bad it really is until you know exactly what happened before.
Exactly.
Context matters.
Oh, there's ice defeated by ice.
Yeah.
That's another view of that same dude. He cracked his head too when he went down.
Probably.
I seen that. That's not a video. That's just a still picture though.
Guy's right there with the camera.
Robbie Roadsteamer is his name. He's been arrested by ICE in Minnesota. I don't know, and I guess it's this guy right here.
Wonder if he's related to Cleveland.
He might be related to the Cleveland Steamer. Amosexual.
Those good old Cleveland Steamers, bro. I'm telling you. I was going to ask that too. You sick bastard.
R. Is R his middle name?
Time zones are crazy. In Denmark, it's noon. In Canada, it's 6 a.m. In the USA, it's the late 1930s Germany. Ha!
A little bit. A little bit.
A little bit. Lot bit, dude. This can't be tolerated. We don't, and regardless, before any of this violence, it was like, no, you can't be having federalized, fucking militarized cops in the streets, man. You're just asking for fucking trouble. You're going to war. You're dressed like you're going to war. You're going to fucking war. Okay.
Yes. Again, what is it going to take? Our children? Okay, no. Federal troops on the streets? Fucking militarizing our asses? What is it going to take?
Well, that'll piss me off enough.
It's all for intimidation for what's to come.
Well, luckily, this man has found the secret to anti-gravity.
Oh,
watch this.
Oh boy, I bet.
Huh? See, it's so simple. Butter.
What the fuck did he do to that cat? Dude?
Wait, what? They did a bunch of lines of coke, and then what happened? Wait a minute. What?
Hold on. What did he do to that cat, dude?
All right, so cats always land on their feet, right?
Right. Yeah.
And butter always and toast always falls butter side down, right?
I don't know about that.
Okay, so you put the butter
Not
side
always.
down and the cat together, and they didn't know which way to go, so it created anti-gravity.
Oh, I get it. I get it.
Come on, I had to fucking explain that to you, y'all. Come on.
No, I thought you were being serious there. You got me on that
Yeah,
part.
oh no, I wouldn't. Be.
You ever seen that when you put tape on a cat's back? How they all roll low to the ground?
Oh, you just put it on the bottom of their feet and then watch them go and shake their feet.
That's it. I'm a flat domer.
I would never.
You guys are horrible. No, I'm just kidding.
I got 5 cats, dude. I would never do that to my cat.
I'm not saying I do it because I love my cats, but I'm saying I have a couple of times. I did that, and it was horrible because I had to cut the fur off their paws to get the tape off. And I learned my lesson though. I learned my lesson.
Oh, I'm glad you did, brother. Poor cat.
But yeah, one time I did that when I was like 15, and I feel shitty about it. But you know, it happened.
That poor cat, dude. Goddamn.
We're gonna need that for August 12th.
Hey, I kept him for a long time, and he died of natural causes, so he's all good.
We're gonna need that anti-gravity for whenever August, what was it, 12th rolls around when we lose 7 seconds of gravity.
Yeah, that's
a whole 7
212
seconds this
days.
time. Wow.
Yeah.
212 days until we lose gravity for 7 seconds.
God.
All hell is going to break loose.
Panic now. Sell all your possessions.
Are the polls going to reset or something?
No, it's something NASA been fucking around with or something. I don't know.
The Simpsons predicted it, so
yeah. Simpsons predicted it, so it's
Of
gonna
course,
happen.
it has to happen.
Mhm. You know, golden elevator, the whole, escalator, all that shit.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Trust the plan.
That's it. Green light, red light. You guys got it all wrong.
Yeah. Trust the plan.
Stephen King is Chuck Schumer's wife.
Yikes.
It looks like it.
It's amazing.
Well,
these guys.
Here's just a reminder, though. Turn off your TVs. Okay, just turn off your TVs.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility
is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities, the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
But
we are concerned about trouble and irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and
false news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these things simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 Good luck with that democracy shit.
Wow.
Hey, Saab, check out that link I put in the regular chat.
Can you say it again? I missed it. What did he say?
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Oh, fuck, man. Hold up. Shit.
Jeez. At least 80% of them chicks I would smash, so I'll say that.
Well, dang. That's extremely dangerous to your democracy.
It's extremely dangerous.
Let me see here. No, I got.
I think it's extremely dangerous to their paycheck.
Could be if you don't say it.
Oh yeah, this I watched this earlier
Oh,
today.
did
I
you see
forgot
it?
about it last night.
It's
the
funny.
fucking The interview with the Tourette's girl.
Yeah.
Who am I getting an echo from?
Maybe me. No.
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
Right. Oh no, it's me. Never mind, it's me. I had YouTube open. Never mind.
Oh, dang it.
Come on, Tom.
I took my mic off.
Wasn't me.
God bless America.
Soft high as shit.
So that was probably me last night, or you last night too.
No, what happened was I was going over to get that link out of the regular chat, and when I went to hit the tab that it's on, I hit the little X and it went away.
Yeah.
So I had to open it up. See,
that's so stupid.
Yeah.
So we're good now. Just a small little technographical difficultation that we seem to have.
Technical what?
A technographical difficultation.
Okay.
Tavism.
I thought she was just a great comedic actor and, doing blue material, whatever you want to call it. Corinne, who does all the styling here, said, no, you're wrong. This is the real deal. Then my 13-year-old, Cha-Cha, said, no, this is who she is. And then Dusty said it. And everybody knew her but me. And now I'm totally devoted to what she's doing because it's so brave. And I'm not going to censor her. Yeah, she's going to say some things that you would not want to say yourself, let alone have said to you, which is probably going to be my position. But as I told Balin just moments ago, she's not going to say anything to me that my whole team hasn't wanted to say since the day that they met me. But I love the bravery. And I love that we can get through the stigma and just treat somebody with decency because we all deserve it. And Balin Dupree joins us now. All right, kid, thank you very much for coming on. And what do you hope you can do by taking the risks that you take so people can understand what you're dealing with?
I'm sorry, do you mind repeating the question? You fuck off.
What do you want people to learn?
I want people to learn that Tourette's is a neurological involuntary motor and vocal disorder. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. I don't tick 24/7, and there's a lot of little baby wings. Fuck off. Fuck you, Chris. There's a lot of things that people don't understand. Like, people think that cussing is with everyone who has Tourette syndrome, but it's only in 10% of people with Tourette's.
And how has it been as you've gotten more famous? Do you believe that people are understanding better, or are they dopes like me who think you're acting?
I say it's the same. I think there's a lot more people that don't understand what Tourette's is, and they like to educate themselves more. So I get thousands of DMs from parents, from teachers, from girls that have been diagnosed with Tourette's, and they've had to be kicked out of school for attention seeking because they rip up their homework or do things like that. I've had parents reach out to me asking me, oh, my son's coming home with a girlfriend and his girlfriend has Tourette's syndrome. So, and then I also get very evil people that will comment and say, like, go fuck yourself, Chris, lick your baby mean and blow up your ass, on your own biscuit, fat ass, that have told me that my parents deserve to die in a car accident.
Bite your own biscuit, fat ass.
Butter your own biscuit, fat ass.
Oh my God, dude.
Hey, she's single and ready to mingle.
Not anymore. She's married.
Oh, that poor bastard.
It's like a Saturday Night Live skit set to real life.
Oh my word!
I wonder if he's gonna go home and think to himself, "Well, shit, how do I butter my own biscuit?"
Butter your own biscuit.
She's on a TLC show, right? She says something. They're talking to like a neurological person for her, and she says something about like Joe Biden. She's like, Joe Biden does coke off a zebra's back or something. This is so random and hilarious.
Because I'm faking my condition, or people have told me that, like, I've had to have the police at my house because people gave out my location and said they were going to come torch my house. Like, it's crazy.
Here's the thing. Clinically, people suck. And they're mean, and they're stupid, and they try to make themselves feel better by going after others. Okay. And you are the antidote, my young friend, because you have my kids. You have my kids repeating your lines so that it's almost become cool. And not because, it's raunchy. It's because you're being real and you're living your truth. And they love it. They love the bravery of it. And so do I. And I love how you've changed your mission. You were at university. COVID was tough for you, tougher than for most, right? Really blew up your symptoms. And now you want to be a physical therapist because exercise helps you and you believe it's a way that you can help others. A personal trainer, right?
Yes. So I go to the gym 5 days a week and I go to a workout class, splitting it throughout the week. I love exercise. My boyfriend got me into it. I've been doing it for about a year now. I love it. It's my release. I obviously go to the gym and I wear headphones, and that's also a very big factor in how fuck off, fuck Colin, fuck that bitch. That's also a really big part in my journey was starting out with him.
Well, I love seeing him in the videos. You guys have a great bond. I love everything about your family, and I love the story you're telling to people and living your truth. And my kids.
All right, come on. Flip the flipping the birds part of the Tourette's. Come on now.
Sure, why not? You might as well throw it in there.
Hey, Tourette's guy made a lot of money going on there and swearing constantly and replacing fuck with Bob Saget. He made a ton of money doing that,
Bob Saget.
Bob Saget.
Butter your own biscuit, fat ass.
It's almost like a bad name.
Butter your own biscuit, fat ass. That's gonna be our phrase now. Butter your own biscuit, fat ass.
I gotta clip that out for the beginning of your show.
Hashtag butter your own biscuits. Let's get a movement going.
I am done. I got to go to phone calls because they're blowing up with support for you. So I hope you can watch it at home and listen to everybody who wants to say great things to you. Balin Dupree, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for coming on the show. And I look forward to speaking to you again. And by the way, I've had people say a lot worse.
Oh, fuck. Thanks for having me. It was great meeting you.
Oh my God.
It's great meeting you. Merry Christmas, and I'll talk to you soon. Thank you. Appreciate what you do.
Bye. Thank you.
Now, 3 minutes, 15 seconds.
Oh shit. Buddy. That was beautiful.
Dude.
Wow.
Why couldn't I have a sister like that? Damn, dude, that would have been fun.
It'd be fun for a while until it got really annoying.
Because I would have got good at pretending I was too, and I would have just acted out all the time.
There's an episode where they go to the airport, right? And she's like, I got a gun, and they're walking through TSA. And the look on the lady's face, the TSA agent's like,
oh no, dude.
I know, yeah. I mean, I have no clue, but yeah.
You basically have to wear a sign around your neck that says, I have Tourette's. Don't shoot.
And they show the sign right there. It says, with the gun,
More like don't strip search.
I have Tourette's. Do not pet. Whoa, what did I do there?
That was funny, man. Oh my God. Wow.
Hey, you almost said Tourette's only fans.
Tourette's only fans.
He said only fingers. What are you doing? Just flip everybody off. Pay me money.
Only that woman she volunteered to do sign language for some press conference for a police department and shit. She didn't know sign language. She was up there flipping her arms around and shit. Nobody noticed until after some people that knew ASL was watching it and said, hey, wait a second.
Yeah.
I think those people got Tourette's.
Wasn't it the other chick too who said she was the Olympic breakdancing and she obviously didn't know how to breakdance?
Oh yeah, ray gun,
yeah.
No,
just said screw it, I'm gonna wing it. Who cares?
Well, she won though.
She's like, I'm the only winning person in breakdancing as an Olympic sport.
Right. Well, there was no other competitors, so she lucked out getting the gold from that one.
They could have put
go Australia.
They could have put somebody. They could have put somebody having seizures out there would have won. You're a winner.
If they would have done that in the 80s, they might have gone over pretty well because breaking was cool back then.
Dude, when I went, we'd go downtown Frankfurt and there'd be these German kids that knew how to break dance.
Spin on their head.
It was crazy. They'd have these fucking pieces of cardboard out there in front of the train station taking turns. It was cool. We'd stand there for a long time drinking a beer, watching these kids do that shit, man. It was pretty wild.
So I was about to say she should have been disqualified for not having a piece of cardboard.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, absolutely.
There were kids at my grade school that did that.
Gotta have a fridge box.
We had a black kid came to our school for a little bit. Not for very long though. Where'd Cubby go?
Just one black kid?
You probably
Yeah.
did something.
Oh yeah, I lived in an area at the time. It was known as Lily White Waterford in Michigan.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, it was when I was a
There
kid.
there are places.
Well, if you cross Telegraph Road into Pontiac, then you'd see blacks. But usually blacks that came over into Waterford would usually get tickets for shit and stuff like that, you know. In fact, I remember one time I went into court. My mom had to pay a ticket. And I went in there and this black guy was up there and he had a ticket for going too slow on the highway. And he's trying to explain that he had a flat tire and there was nowhere to pull over at that spot. And he was right. There's not. The judge said he didn't care. Gave him the fine anyways. Sort of like, you know, you better just keep your ass on the other side of Telegraph Road. That was pretty much the message, you know.
Yep.
Well, it's in impeding traffic, right? That's the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you just put your hazards on and go far right.
Right. Yeah. Right.
He'd have got a ticket for something anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. They
Right.
were just,
I mean, it was wrong. It was wrong. It really was.
They were
But
just looking for someone to give shit.
He should have just stepped on the damn gas.
Yeah.
Michigan's a problem anyways. What do they say? Come on vacation, leave on probation.
Probably. Depends where you go in Michigan.
Mm-hmm. Listen to what our pedophile in chief
Jeez.
had to
Yeah,
say.
you're not wrong, dude. You're not wrong.
Absolute immunity for the ICE officer who shot Renee Good. How do you define absolute immunity? What does that mean?
Everyone's saying it. And a woman who's very violent. She's a very radical person. Very sad what happened. Her friend was very radical. Go and drive.
Absolute immunity. How would you define that?
Well, I'm going to let the people define it. Immunity, you know what immunity means as well as I do.
So that officer should be back on the
people
force.
Can't be treating law enforcement that way, whether it's ICE or Border Patrol or our police and men and women. You can't do that. We have, the law enforcement in our country is doing really well, despite the fact that Sleepy Joe Biden allowed people to pour through an open border. Crime stats just came out. We have the best crime stats on record, despite all the criminals he allowed into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. We have to respect our law enforcement. At a very minimum, that woman was very, very disrespectful to law enforcement. And you heard the same noises. You saw the same crunch that I saw. You can't do that with law enforcement, whether it's police or ICE or Border Patrol or anybody else.
When it comes to ICE officials, Mr. President,
Here's the thing about this too. They spin this out because of this fraud. These people are getting welfare and they're getting housing and this, that, and the other. And these idiots, they believe that if they take those people and stop giving them housing and stop giving them food stamps, that somehow their taxes are going to go down.
That's wrong.
Mm-hmm. That's what they think.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly what they think, or it's going to come back to them somehow.
It's going to get so bad that they won't have Walmart anymore unless you order it and they deliver it to your house. And then they'll have an armed guard bring it.
Dude, Walmart's not
You know
even
what I mean?
Walmart's not even cheap anymore, man. That shit's
No.
fucking gone. Yeah.
Well, that's after they run everybody else
The
out.
thieves ruined it. Yeah, you're right. They
And
did.
the price comes up.
What's that?
I said, then the price goes up.
Right. Then after people stop shopping there because it's too high, they close it down and turn it into a FEMA camp, and you go there anyway. Ah.
Jeez, dude, that's.
Oh, I thought they were all entrances to the underground like labs where they raise snakes or whatever. They jump in your eyes and all that, whatever.
Did you see that thing, Saab, about McDonald's in San Francisco? They closed a bunch of restaurants closed in California. A shit ton of McDonald's and some giant chain. Well, not a giant chain, but like a local chain from California just closed up too the other day.
What was the reasoning behind it?
Well, obviously not getting a lot of business and having to pay $20 an hour minimum wage.
Mm-hmm.
And it just killed off. I think it was 48 restaurants. And
wow!
Expected.
Yep, California.
That's crazy.
Sinking bad.
Yeah,
I remember when I started working, I made $14, $20, $25 an hour, and I thought that was a lot of money.
Oh,
no, I made $4.35 an hour. Actually, I'm kidding. I made $4.35 an hour. That was my first starting wage.
First legit tax-paying job was $4 an hour. It was $3.75.
With tips or what?
No, $3.75 straight an hour.
Yeah, that was just by the hour.
Wow.
And $3.75, for a kid, that's a lot of money.
Back in the day, yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, do you guys think there's going to be a point in which universal income is going to be forced on people as jobs are lost?
Who knows, man?
It depends. Yeah, it's possible.
Probably have to at some point, because if there's not enough jobs or they don't replace all the shit with automation, what are people going to do?
Well,
you train to repair the robots. That's what you do.
They're basically I don't know if you knew of the excuse me guys, sorry, I had a muscle spasm. I don't know if you know there's a company that's just invested $4 trillion in digital currency towards the idea of putting everything on the blockchain. And he's going to jump on that, I think. And so all of our physical assets are then going to be
the company that he owns, that Trump Media, whatever it is. His son has his son has a lot of shit in Bitcoin. Who's the goofy son?
Baron.
We don't see. No, the one we don't see. Not the big giant tall one. The other one, Eric.
Eric. Yeah.
He's big time in all that crap. All the Bitcoin.
Listen. Trump's biggest priority right now is to get you to not talk about him being a pedophile.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for fuck's sakes, dude. What else is more important than that?
But let me ask you this, Saab. What was it before this? So what and what was it before that?
It's always some kind of bullshit he comes up with to try to distract away from it.
Exactly.
He's just tap dancing around this shit all the time. Now he's getting serious with it. I mean, he's willing to sacrifice people's lives in the security of the world to keep you from talking about him being a pedophile.
Well, his first campaign was going against Hillary, right?
Yeah, did nobody learn from that? All that lock her up talk.
Yeah, Hillary for prison.
How's that going?
Until he made it, then it was all kissing ass.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, "Oh, leave her alone. She's okay."
Well, she was involved in the Domino's gate, right? The same shit that we're talking about now. She was involved in, and he knew it.
Mm-hmm.
He was gonna fucking drain the swamp.
Yeah, he was gonna get rid of them and take over.
Part of it. He knew it because it's part of it.
Yeah,
he's part of it.
I bet you the swamp are all the people that just didn't go along with this bullshit that they're doing now.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that was normal, they considered the swamp, because anybody that ever went against them, obviously they're not in office anymore. And that's kind of how that works. Anybody that talked any normalcy or really fixing things and getting down to fixing problems all suddenly got the boot.
Well, the good thing is this is his last term.
There he is.
All right. So we just got to kind of
Unless
worry
he
about
put
who's next in line.
He ain't gonna make it through this. I don't think he's gonna make it through this.
I don't think he is either. He
Unless
just started looking bad.
Unless he puts us in a war, then he can stay in office as long as he wants.
Wasn't Jessica Kirk last week saying that she's already putting our little chips behind JD Vance, even though he hasn't even said he's going to run? So that you can kind of see the picture getting painted, can't you?
Oh yeah, you can already see her painting that picture. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, easily, dude.
Where's Derek when you need to look at a TV of Bob Ross?
If they can get DARPA in as head of the country, and have a female vice president that's also DARPA, parents or DARPA.
Did you see that
I'm doing it for Charlie.
Did you see that they're referring Jerome Powell? The DOJ is going to refer Jerome Powell to the for charges or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about the yellow cake general?
Or part of the show. What?
Yellow cake general, the General Powell that
held
up that little vial.
The head of the Fed.
Yeah, chairman of the Fed.
Okay.
Check this out.
Because of the buildings there, supposedly there's another big
money scam or something.
Yeah, they supposedly took billions of dollars to build new buildings for the Fed or whatever, and they ain't being built. Who knows? Whatever. It's all part of the show. But anyway.
Trust the plan, Cub.
Them boys in Auschwitz, they had it made. That new machine, it jerked them off every day. Even had a whorehouse where they could go get laid. So I'm just a grabbler playing tricks, rubbing my hands behind a bag full of dicks. RSV and Hep B, then I clip the tip. Yeah, I'm a grabbler. Oh, I'm a grabbler. Is that a real woman? I don't know. If it's on your TV, probably has a pole. Who needs a man, girl? You can transition to one, 'cause I'm a grabbler. Oh, I'm a grabbler. Fresh out of college, Subaru and a dog. Boss man's a pervert, girlfriend's got a dong. She'll be the perfect man when she chops it off. Take this vaccine, it could save your life. It ain't been tested, but hell, it's worth the try. Someone fucked a bat and now the whole world's gonna die, 'cause I'm a grabbler. Oh, I'm a grabbler. Please don't hurt me, it was just a joke. It ain't my fault that you took out that loan. Done took the house and now I'm coming for the boat, 'cause I'm a grabbler. Oh, I'm a grabbler. It's not my fault. I'm just trying to squirt, but I know you want that long. And I want a jerk, you ain't got no kids at home. But I gave you work and now you're trying to hurt me. No, don't try to hurt me. I'm just a grabbler. It's not my fault. You borrowed money, now you're in default. I made the porno, but you're the one jerking off, 'cause I'm a grabbler. Oh, I'm a grabbler. You had your fun, now it's time to pay. I made the game, oh, but you just had to play. So don't blame me when everything is fake and gay. I'm just a grabbler. Oh, I'm a grabbler. I'm just a grabbler. Oh, I'm a grabbler.
That was a nice depression little music break. Huh?
Hot little ditty.
Yeah, man. You gotta get with this stuff.
I was gonna ask, do you think that girl with Tourette's is for the globe?
I don't know.
That would be a funny conversation.
That would
Holy
be
hell.
Yeah, that'd be a great fucking conversation. Yeah.
Hey, Red, we
Butter
got
your own gravity, fat ass.
butter your own biscuit.
Yeah, butter your own biscuit, fat ass. That was fucking hilarious.
Fucking funny, dude. I was done, dude.
I mean,
Does anybody remember?
Cracking up too.
Anybody here remember the satanic panic of the 80s?
Yep.
Yeah. This was a public service thing that they put out.
Panic? What do you mean?
Huh?
What do you mean panic? Like, we mean all the TV shows and the music and all that?
Well, people were going fucking ape shit. There was like this evangelical like uprising in America.
Oh, okay, all right.
And they were going against, Satan and Ozzy Osbourne. And,
okay, yeah. I was in that time.
It's part of the reason they put parental advisories on CDs. And
Yeah. They had Frank Zappa and Dee Snider in front of Congress.
Yeah.
Dee Snider pulled a note out of his pocket like he just got out of 6th grade. Folded up.
Yeah, and, Dungeons and Dragons, the game was
Yeah.
the devil.
Yeah,
Like you play that, you're the devil.
This was a public service message they put out back then.
Warning signs of satanic behavior may be apparent, such as a sudden, bitterly antagonistic attitude towards family and religion, a drastic decline in academic performance, a reclusive behavior pattern, and listening exclusively to heavy metal rock music, almost to the point of addiction. When one or more of these warning signs are evident, you should look further for ritual items such as a pentagram or other satanic symbols, black or red robes, a decorative dagger or knife, a chalice or goblet, black candles.
Some goofball talked the fucking government into giving millions of dollars to produce this fucking bunch of shit, right?
Yep.
A personal diary with a black cover, which is called a Book of Shadows, and copies of publications, such as the Satanic Bible and the Satanic Rituals, and possibly a small makeshift altar. If you discover items such as these, experts advise you contact your local law enforcement agency at once.
There you go.
Yeah, call them. Send the spirit police.
He's in there jacking off and listening to Ozzy all day.
Send the spirit police.
It's like that commercial with the "This is your brain,"
Yeah,
that
one right there.
The war on drugs. This is your brain on.
May the
drugs.
power of Christ compel you.
You remember the one with the dude melting into the couch?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, best I can do is like I get the only kind of weed I get, so like I can't find my fucking keys weed, right? And I'm seeing this on the TV, and the dude's melting into the fucking couch. I said, that's the kind of weed I need right there, because then maybe I can find my fucking keys,
Yeah, that's indica. That's in the couch.
You remember the DARE program they had going on in all the schools?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, then my kids went through that shit,
Dude, I think Nancy Reagan herself was the goat devil.
Yeah, her and Tipper Gore, her and Al Gore's wife.
Oh yeah, Al Gore's
Or
wife.
should I say their husbands?
Yeah, Gores have always been a problem.
Al Gore, bring me the laboratory manual.
What was it? Inconvenient Truth. What the
Yeah.
fuck did he produce? That bullshit.
Oh yeah.
He was ranting and raving about people having air conditioning, but yet they showed a picture of his house.
Yeah.
And his house took more power than almost like a small city. He had like 50 air conditioners and all the shit running and everything going 24/7. But you should shut your shit off, not him.
Right.
Yeah.
He had the basement grow ops going on. We didn't know about.
Well,
Yeah.
I got something here that might fucking trigger some people here real quick. We'll watch this.
Whatever
This
it is, no. I'm just
It's
kidding.
about Satan's little season.
Oh boy.
There we
Here
go.
they come.
Yeah.
There we go.
You know, here it comes, man.
No
Get
coincidence it became algorithm, right?
According to this theory, Satan was released from hell in the late 18th century, around 1776, to go and gather his people for battle. We can see proof of this throughout history, especially around the time of 1776, because right around that time, we had the Bavarian Illuminati established. You had the Declaration of Independence signed by the United States, which believers of this theory believe that it was a Luciferian agenda behind the signing of the Declaration of Independence. You also have the American Revolutionary War, the French Revolution, the Napoleonic Wars, and all of this like chaos and, war time period points to the transition time between the Millennial Kingdom and Satan's little season. Right around this time is when you had the Luciferian Illuminati member and first president of the United States, George Washington, ready to begin and lay the groundwork for the establishment of this new world order. Because, as we learned in this video, Christ's second coming destroyed the old world order. So is this why they seem so hell-bent on establishing a new one? I don't know, but I would love to hear what you think. Then we have to mention the fact that George Washington led the Luciferian American Revolution on the Western Front, where we see all of this imagery for the war saying join or die, with the Luciferian serpent cut into pieces, representative of Christ's 1,000-year reign. But after Satan was released from his bottomless pit, these pieces were put back together. And people like George Washington were making sure that these Luciferian agendas were being carried out. A major part of this agenda was to destroy the past, and we can see evidence of this throughout all of these major great fires that happened all around the world at this time. If you go through history books, 99% of major cities have been practically burned to the ground at some point in our history. Supporters of this theory claim that this was part of the agenda to destroy our true past, not only the buildings and technological advancements, but also what was contained within them, the records, the books, the knowledge, and the truth. And then on the Eastern Front, you have Napoleon Bonaparte, who led the Luciferians in Europe, Asia, and abroad. And he, of course, had the same goals as George Washington. He just carried it out across the Atlantic, not here in the United States. And we can see evidence of this in this picture of him marching out of Moscow with Moscow burning behind him. Then, of course, right around this time, you have the fact that the French gifted the Americans the Statue of Liberty, which we talked about in my last video is not a statue of our liberty, but a statue of Satan's liberty and him being released from hell. So you have to, of course, ask yourself, why did the French gift the statue of Liberty to the United States? Well, according to this theory, it's because they were the heads of the East and West during this Luciferian revolution, or during this transitional time, destroying evidence of the past and establishing a new world order, since Yahweh destroyed their old one. We even see more evidence of this when we look at the sculptor and designer of the Statue of Liberty. I am going to mispronounce this name, so be nice to me, but his name was Frederick Auguste Bartholdi. And he, of course, was a Freemason. And here, just to prove a point, he is pictured showing his allegiance to Lucifer through his Masonic hidden hand gesture. We also see that the Statue of Liberty not only resembles Satan, like I already mentioned was discussed in my first Satan's Little Season video, but also the Statue of Liberty very much so resembles their god, Apollo Mithras Samarsh. I probably fucked that up too. Better known as the sun god. Immediately after Satan's release, the next time period that we see is the Renaissance era, which of course is where we saw the creation and establishment of many key ideas that together all factor in as necessities in order to carry out the establishment's wishes and Satan's big master plan. Inventions of things like the Shakespearean theater, because of course the whole world's a stage. You have Edward Jenner creating the smallpox vaccine. The pharmaceutical industry was established. And I don't know about you, but personally, when I look at that serpent symbology in the medical industry today, it makes a hell of a lot more sense now. I'm just saying. Then, of course, we have Sir Richard Owen, who coined the term dinosauria. We even have a picture of him with his quote-unquote first dinosaur, which obviously isn't even anatomically correct. It's literally a joke. Dinosaurs aren't real. They never were, according to this theory anyway. And we can see the practice of this carried all the way up into today with, practices like paleontology. And then, of course, we cannot forget to mention how Charles Darwin proposed the theory of evolution and the Big Bang Theory right about this time, which literally contradicts the word of God and takes away people's purpose and meaning. Suddenly, humans are no longer Yahweh's divine creation, living a life of beauty, inspiration, and purpose. They're instead monkeys flying on a ball through outer space, slaving their divine lives away, working for some mega corporation. Our lives no longer have purpose or meaning. All of a sudden, we're a freak accident, if you believe the mainstream narrative anyway. These are all direct attacks on the word of God to make him seem like a made-up fairy tale, who, if you believe the official narrative, we can't trust. Because if they can get you to doubt the first book of Genesis, or how the world was created, or the fact that Jesus said he was coming back, but he never actually showed up, so I guess he's a liar, huh? Then the rest of the Bible and Yahuwah and Yahweh's teachings become more malleable and easier for them to be manipulated further. I'm just saying. If Satan's little season really is the age that we're living in now, and if history has been rewritten through lost centuries, calendar changes, or global resets, then what does that mean for us? The Gregorian reform chopped days right out of history. The phantom time theory says whole centuries never even happened. Ancient architecture stands where it shouldn't. And then the temporal loop theory suggests this might not even be our first time through it all. So this was a fun rabbit hole. Maybe time itself has been altered. Maybe we're trapped in the same sick, repeating story, thinking we're advancing, when really we're circling back to the same deception that's played out numerous times before. So what year is it really? 2025, 1315, or something far stranger? Some period outside our known timeline altogether. As always, I'll leave the decision with you. At the end of the day, I'm not here to tell you what to believe. I'm just showing you what's out there and letting you decide what feels true to you. Because if even half of this stuff is real, then the biggest lie of all might just be time itself. This is Dark Side of the Truth. I'm Katie, and it's been my pleasure. Until next time, I'll catch you in the next one.
That's bye.
This ain't a whole minute of this, is it? No.
1,000 years has ended.
It's end of season.
Well, damn, I love you too. So here's a bonus clip just for you. You're welcome.
Y'all, are we in Satan's little season? Well, I might have found a clue. Check out this movie clip from 1999, Arnold Schwarzenegger's End of Days, and tell me what you think.
1,000 years has ended. The Dark Angel is loosed from its prison. Get down on the ground and put your hands behind your head.
Get down!
What you've done? Get down or I'll put you down. 1,000 years has ended. You don't know what you've done.
1,000 years have ended. 1,000 years have ended. When 1,000 years have ended, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison. 27.
I know, right? They always have to tell us.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think, man?
That's I believe all of that, to be honest.
Buddy,
compelling. It sure is compelling.
It is very compelling, yeah.
When you hey, g'day guys.
Hey, what's happening, Luke?
That's when we just start to realize how everything is deception. Like absolutely everything when it comes from the media and politicians and celebrities, they're just it's just constant deception. So that's why I think it makes sense.
Yeah, I have to say that's where I'm at with it too. But
And
you know,
just
and
so
in the
much
end,
evil.
we just gotta. I mean, it seems like the evil and shit is just really. It's like snowballing. You know, I mean, it seems like it's getting more and more, and it's just like they're not even trying to hide it now. You know?
It's like a reveal. It's a reveal.
God.
Yeah.
Here's another guy talking about that guy we were talking about. He's talking about the William Sascha Ray. Pretty bad shit, man. Did you catch any of that, Matthew or Luke?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah. Yeah, he sounded pretty didn't sound like he was lying, but I do appreciate what Ryan was saying. I think it can be different for each victim, though. I don't know. But I was saying in chat, I don't know if you saw my comment, that it could be true, and they don't mind it being out there because it's never going to hit mainstream, and when it's not in mainstream, 90% of people won't believe it.
I know. But and they go, it's just another one of those stories or whatever. No, it's not, man. This shit's going on. This is for real. Pizzagate's for real. All of that shit is happening, has happened, and will continue to happen until we put light on it. The darkness fears the light. Sure Look does. At the Fabio, hush the fuck up, man. Like this fucking psychopathic pedophile, he's willing to send people to war, kill Venezuelans, do whatever to keep you from looking at this shit, man. Keep you distracted. Keep the news off of this. Don't be asking questions about this.
Butter your own biscuits, Fabio.
Yeah, but Fabio, butter your own biscuits.
Yeah, good point though, Luke. Yeah, I think that's another thing too. You know, they don't mind it being out there because it's like, what are you going to do to us? It's almost in your face.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's how they can get away with this shit. The older generation wouldn't have put up with this crap.
What they love doing is showing how dumb normies are. At the same time, they love gaslighting us.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a double-pronged sword there.
I took those books I got from Tamara over to my boss's house today. I was checking on him, see how his knee was doing and everything. And I took them over there with me and shit, and I was showing them to him, and he was getting pretty interested. Maybe I'll get him a copy, you know?
Mm-hmm. I'm excited to get mine.
Yeah, it should be coming. I don't know. Did she send you a tracking number?
Not that I know of yet. I didn't check though. But
D-Man,
whenever.
D-Mans are on the way too. She said she sent D-Mans out too.
Appreciate it.
No big deal. Whenever you get around to it, I just think it'd be cool to check out.
Well, famous.
That's right. She's a really she's a good guest too. I didn't mind having her on the show. Yeah. I told her that. She said, "Oh, it was awesome being on the show." I says, "Oh, come on anytime. You're a good guest, and you're easier on the eyes than the rest of us mugs anyway. So you're helping shit out a little bit, you know."
Yeah, facts. You notice how all the boys started behaving after. We need more women to come up here and get the guys to get more orderly.
Exactly. We need this. We need this type of input. This is cool. So they caught an ICE agent.
This one shames. This is a tragedy in many respects, but people at the Department of Homeland Security, I know there are great people there that come to work every single day and do their jobs and do it admirably. Unfortunately, Mr. recently married back here is not one of those people. He works for ICE, and he is an auditor for them, a civilian employee. When he was arrested, he said, "I'm ICE boys." Well, unfortunately for him, we locked him up put him in our jail. He got reappropriated to our jail, and my understanding is he helped send people to send federal authorities. I think he's going to see some federal authorities because I think the feds are going to take this case. So I'm going to close on this, and I'll take questions.
It's all right. They'll do an investigation of themselves, and they'll find that they did no wrongdoing.
Perfect.
He was trying to solicit sex from a minor. They had a thing called Operation Creep.
That's totally not true. She was trying to solicit him.
That's right. The kid's at fault. Lock the kid up. Shoot her for officer safety.
That's it. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Yeah, man. Just I'm gonna have to shoot you in the back of the head for officer safety.
It's amazing when they get those people, like, I can't think of his name, the guy that's on Rumble that does that, goes around and finds pedos, and then they turn around and call them vigilantes, like they're the ones that are the problem. Yeah. Like, oh yeah, don't arrest the criminals.
Please don't show the people doing illegal shit. Oh no, that's totally.
How do you know that guy did it? Oh, I don't know. This stack of like 500 pages, all the messages he sent this who he thought was a kid.
Yeah, exactly.
God damn it, man.
All the images that I have stored right here on this hard drive.
Yeah. Yep.
Who was the guy that got pinched? One of the Globa guys got pinched not too long ago.
Yeah, Ozian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got pinched from some
probably not the only one. He's just the only one that got caught.
Yeah, probably. Yep.
I don't know, man. Birds of a feather. You know what I'm saying?
How's the globe working for him
together?
Well, that guy that he did his show with all the time, that Max.
Oh, Tattoo.
Oh my God.
Tattoo from Fantasy Island.
He sounded more like those fucking Martians in the Mars Attacks movie.
Yeah.
Damn.
I've had some warm, woody conversations by the fireside with Max. It's difficult.
Yeah, I can't do it.
I don't know how you could do it, man. Fuck that.
It's difficult.
That's crazy.
They did a show together. Him and Max. Ozian and Max.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, good. Next time I talk to him, I'll ask him how's he doing.
Ozian's doing?
Yeah.
When do you talk to Max? What do you go over on their show?
He shows up on Rogers all the time.
He showed up on Rogers a while ago, and we sat in warm conversation while we were drinking cocoa. And it was one of the, I got it within 15 minutes. I had a migraine headache, so I was like, I gotta go.
He won't come. He'll get run off till quotes.
Yeah. His voice is fucking piercing, dude.
He's angry as shit, angry at life. Just angry for the sake of being angry.
What do you say, D-Man?
Oh my God.
I'm popular.
Yeah, I know you're all over the place, man. What's up? Whore. Fucking talk show whore.
January 20th, 2026. Mark the date. Every part of that date is intentional. It's the 1-year anniversary of Donald Trump's inauguration. And it's the day people across the country are organizing a coordinated response. At 2 p.m. local time, your time, wherever you live, you walk out. Work, school, home, it doesn't matter. Wherever you are when the clock hits 2. This isn't about where you are. It's about showing up together. Not chaos, visibility. Then from 3 to 5 p.m. local time, people walk into their local congressional offices, calm, peaceful, on the record, demanding impeachment and removal. And if you're asking, where do I go? The website on your screen tells you, go to removetheregime.com, and they will tell you exactly where you can find your local congressional offices and everything you need to participate. And here's how this reaches everyone. Film it, post it on your social media. And if you can't be there in person, repost everything you see that day. On January 20th, we flood social media. Videos from every city, every state, people in the streets, people showing up. That's how everybody participates. That's how pressure works. If you're in office and you're not doing enough, voters are taking notes, because accountability doesn't stop at impeachment. It continues with primaries. January 20th is the message. Walk out, walk in, film it, repost it, and make it impossible to ignore.
Now let's discuss how that's just total, utter fucking bullshit. Okay? So you think that by going and having this guy's friends make some kind of a mock hearing and an impeachment and all that shit is going to do something? Really? You think that setting it all up for the next election is going to do something? You think that you can vote your way out of this?
Nope.
Wow. No.
Listen,
He's
so
got the walkout part. He's got the walkout part right. But the walkout part means that now, and then don't do nothing. Then don't do nothing. What a fucking.
Listen,
what would they think? Wait, you're waiting for something to happen and nothing fucking happens. We all just quit. We all just stop. We all just don't do anymore.
Wait until the next time. It'll be better, Rasov. You wait.
I know.
You wait until
there's another fucking puppet that's going to do some great shit for you. Here he is to come up here and tell you everything you want to fucking hear.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Not paying taxes would be a big help.
That's
I know that much.
That's what I'm saying, man. Hopefully people have listened and they're not doing it. They go down, put yourself as exempt, go to your HR, change your tax status to exempt, fill out a 1099 if you need to, or don't. I would just say don't fill out anything. Ain't none of their fucking business how much you traded your time and skills for. That's a wage. That's not income. Kiss my ass.
You just need to protest more, Saab, and paint a blue streak in your hair. And make sure you put big ear gauges in your thing and lots of rings.
I mean, it's got to be more organized. Not just a handful of people can do it. Obviously, they'll catch a handful of people, but if everybody doesn't do it, they're not going to be able to. With the overwhelming amount of people, they won't be able to do anything about it, and it'll definitely put a dent in their plans.
If you voted in 2 or 3 elections, that should be enough for you to figure out that, okay, this is never going to work. That's it. It only takes about 3 times, and then you're like, all right, this is enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no matter what fucking asshole you put up in there or in any of those offices, nothing is ever going to get any goddamn better, and you better realize that. The sooner you do, the better off you're going to be.
Same shit, different pile.
Yep. But it's my right to vote. It's your right not to.
It's your right. Yeah, exactly. You have free will. That doesn't mean that you throw yourself in front of the train and say, "What's this?"
Sav, I think we should start a 501c3 on your
That's
channel.
it.
That's it. That's it. Let's start it. Let's get ourselves
501c3. Yeah, right. Then we'd be compromised.
Church of Sav. That's what we'll go with. We'll go with the Church of Sav.
The Church of Sav.
The cult. We'll just straight up call it the cult of Sav. We'll straight up. Go ahead. Yeah, we're going to beat you to it. We're going to call ourselves a cult. We're not going to sugarcoat it or anything else. That's right.
No
tracksuits, and Kool-Aid for everybody. Okay.
Latter-day Saints.
We all have to wear moon boots.
Mm-hmm. That's why I say free tracksuits and Kool-Aid for all members. Let's get it. We're going to get out. We're going to ride that comet, baby.
The only reason that Donald Trump is still president is because he is using the innocence of the American people, and I mean all of us, against us, because most people, MAGA or not, simply cannot believe the severity of the evil he perpetrated with Jeffrey Epstein. We are talking about the worst acts a human can do, and we now have audio testimony of what it was and who did it, and these are the men in charge of our country. The reason you are seeing masked men creating chaos in the streets, the reason you're seeing the DOJ go after the Federal Reserve, the reason you're seeing Donald Trump get ready to attack Greenland after attacking Venezuela to destroy NATO and the world order is because, one, time is running out, and two, every day the Epstein files don't come out, they're breaking the law, and they know what will happen when the files do come out. These are the ugliest, most evil men in American history, and they have their hands on the steering wheel of our fate. It is time to rise up.
Loud noises.
Lock and load, everybody. Lock and load. That's all I can say. I don't know what else to tell you, man.
Butter your biscuits.
Yeah, butter your own biscuit, fat ass. Oh, fucking A. Oh.
The randomness of it.
Just came out of nowhere. And she's like, and I like to do my podcast. Butter your own biscuits, fat ass. Fuck you.
Oh, shit.
Remember that episode of South Park where Cartman found out if you had Tourette's, you'd get away with cussing and shit. And then he actually gave himself Tourette's by doing that.
Yeah.
Couldn't stop. This thing's getting out there. This thing is getting out there, bro. What was you going to say, buddy?
I was just going to say, someone mentioned D's nuts earlier. There's another, she's that same girl. She said that stuff. She goes, D's nuts.
Come on, though. The flipping off part, I don't think is part of the Tourette's. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm calling bullshit.
Stop what you're doing and please check out the testimony from Sascha Riley. Own chilling testimony that is making its way on Threads, on Blue Sky, etc. And it comes from a Substack. This is the Substack that had the interviews on it. It's from Lisa Noel Valding. It is bone chilling. A brief summary of some of the things that will be in these recordings. They are, I think, 5 or 6. They're all the audio files you can also find on that Substack and listen to the horrific testimony yourself. The things that I found that does lend some credence to it is William Riley, who is the father of this Sascha Riley, is in the files. Sasha Barros is how he goes by on Threads. He is responding to people. He's saying he's speaking out. And again, bone-chilling stuff. You listen, you will understand why everything's been so accelerated because of the files. All of the files has everything to do with everything. There is so much information in there, so much horror, so much evil. Please go check out that Substack.
I have to concur with him. We listened to a first hour of that. That was killing puppies, shooting girls in the head, all kinds of crazy shit, man. But we're coming up on 4 hours. I think we're gonna have to shut her down, man.
Yeah, we went late last night, so
yeah, we do it way late. And my little burritos have settled in. I ate 4 of them fucking things, bro.
Jesus.
Yeah, they was good. Of course, I hadn't eaten nothing all day. I don't eat like normal people. You know, I eat when I'm hungry, and then you know, hell, I might go a whole day without eating nothing and don't even think about it. You know,
yeah.
So I have this strange metabolism, but I'm not big. You know, I mean, I'm in pretty good physique for somebody my age. I think, you know, not bad. I mean, I'm not buff or anything else like that, but I'm not got a big old belly hanging out and shit, you know.
Yeah.
The only thing I don't got no ass. I'm like a bullfrog standing on his back legs, you know.
Yeah. Like an Amish person.
Well, that whole 3 meals a day thing was just designed so that we buy more food that we don't need, and we're constantly digesting food. We don't give our system a rest if you're having 3 meals a day.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. You know, and the thing, you know, like breakfast, we have a certain idea of what appropriate foods for different meals that are labeled, right? Like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And it's like, what? Why are eggs for breakfast?
I'm a big fan of breakfast for dinner.
I am too. I love it. I love it. It's some pancakes, bacon, and eggs for dinner. Yeah, I'll go with that all day. Shit, yeah.
I make my own breakfast sausage. I like making a breakfast sausage, my own, basically like whatever you get at McDonald's, but sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Use eggs because of the protein. It's
But
easy.
I mean, the thing is, why is it for breakfast though? I mean, who decided that? You know, Edward.
Well,
Bernays.
didn't they at one point swap it over to like cornflakes? Buy cornflakes, eat these for breakfast. That was
Oh yeah, it's because
That's
it
it.
lowers your sperm count.
Yeah.
It does.
Creates inflammation. You know, bacon and eggs is really good for you. It's just when you have big chunks of toast and ketchup, that's
yeah,
what
it starts killing it.
is unhealthy.
And overdo it.
Kellogg was a fucking eugenicist, man. From Battle Creek, Michigan. He was
It's all
a
GMO
eugenicist,
as well.
and the corn actually lowers your reproductive rate.
Madison Avenue.
Yep.
Yeah, all the corn in this country is all GMO. You can't get any natural corn here at all. All the seed is GMO. So natural corn doesn't exist in this land.
No, not there's anywhere. I don't think it exists anywhere. I think it's all been GMO'd by now. Your people call it corn. We call it maize.
Well, they changed it from GMO to bioengineered. See, they changed the terminology.
Oh,
So
so-
once you start catching on to anything, you know,
Well,
whether
it
it's
makes it
global
okay.
warming, climate change, you know, once you start catching on, they change the term.
It's the ozone.
Like DEI. DEI is gone. No, it's not. It's just changed to a different name.
Aquanet killed the ozone.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Cow farts.
Here's an average conversation with an ICE officer. This would probably be funny. Will Sasso. I love Will Sasso. He used to be on Mad TV.
You guys just get out of here, okay? Just get out. Oh, I'm done. Whoa. Just get out. Wait, what? Just get out of Los Angeles, okay?
Just get out.
Just get out of here. Yeah, just get out.
When I saw you were bald, I thought I shouldn't be
You know what?
presumptuous.
I can't believe it took us this long.
I know.
man.
You're a Nazi.
You're Nazi, man.
Excuse me?
You just gave us a full-on
No,
Nazi.
no,
no,
I was not. No, I was saying get out. What do you think the motion is? That's
No,
what Hitler
Sam.
was saying.
Is that
what he was saying?
He was saying Jews, get out of Germany.
No, it's Sig Heil. Yeah, he was going Heil, and he went Lowell too. No, it's not like high up, high and low. No, it's. Look, I'm not even sure of the origins of Sig Heil.
You seem like you are.
No, I don't seem like I am. I was saying goodbye.
You've done it like 100
See you
times,
later.
man.
I'm trying to show you. I'm showing you. I'm showing here. This country is very open to Nazis. Okay, you know what?
Didn't Elon Musk do the same thing?
Yeah.
He took all that
Everybody in the United States used to do that too.
Yeah, in school.
Yeah. It was,
Towards the flag.
It's a salute. Yeah.
What's that guy's name? Seth Rogen. He's probably like, I denounced that skit. I'm not part of that anymore.
You know that's
Shit,
prison
he's-
time in Australia now.
What's that?
Like waving.
Really?
Yep. Yep. Like
What do? Do you have to like jazz hands? Ah.
a guy had a white power tattoo on his calf at the beach the other day, and some Karen complained, and he's up on charges. The guy's had the tattoo for 5 years or something.
Means good luck.
So it's
On
12 months in
charges
prison
for what? For what?
for
Oh,
having
he-
anything to do with Nazis or white supremacy or whatever. But it's so easy to, make something up. It's essentially like a wave.
God, so when are you guys gonna flip shit on these assholes? I'm ready to do it now.
I went to school with a kid that got a swastika tattoo, and he had a rough go of it. Let me tell you, so many people gave him a lot of crap growing up.
God. Well,
Lee was his name. Can't think of his last name at the moment, but I ain't gonna dox him here.
yeah, I think I'm gonna shut her down, fellas. I want everybody and listen. If put the link down here in the description of the video tonight. If you get a chance, if you're so inclined, listen to the rest of those audios. It will give you a glimpse into what the fuck we're actually talking about. If you're not familiar with this kind of shit, go into it with caution. But I think you can handle it. I think people can handle it. They need to know. Definitely check it out. And he's just one out of how many, you know? Because think about what he was saying, you know, there's other kids there too. And one, the girl that he'd been trafficked with before, the one that they shot in the head to intimidate him. Man, I don't know, man. Heads on a swivel, everybody. This place is really crazy. It's run by psychopaths that would start wars and send your children and grandchildren off to die in either a jungle or a sand pit, just to not have out in the light what they really are. But we already know what they really are, and we need to stand up and say no. Stop listening to them. Disregard completely. Civil disobedience. Civil disobedience. All right. So thanks everybody for coming up tonight, and everybody who showed up out in the chat. Look at there, I got the wrong guy. Let's bring this guy up. There
Look at that handsome man.
Look at there.
You can't see me. Let's just imagine.
All right, guys. So, like I said, thanks everybody for showing up. It's good to see everybody. Also, shout out to just a minute, Justin Jones, for your donation. Thank you so much. Very generous. Also, Tamara Chevelle as well. Thank you for your donations.
Thank you, guys.
Timothy Gilmore as well. Lane Mercer, I want to thank you too. So, all the people that donate and just for showing up, thank you. We have a great show here. A lot of people enjoy it, and it's growing, and it's all organic. I've never had to jimmy my.
Oh, come on! You're not getting 16,000 Indian subscribers all of a sudden.
No. I just kind of creep up there, creep up there. And that's all right. You tell two friends, they tell two friends. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe, and don't forget, the Lord loves the working man. Don't never, ever trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him because he'll probably kill you. And if you heard the shot, it probably wasn't meant for you. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good night, everybody.